Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final round of the Emirates Drift Championship 2026. My name is Ian Waddington, and as always, I'm going to be walking and talking you through this evening's actions here at none other than Yas Marina Formula One circuit. Before we kick things off underway, we have to say a massive thank you to Yas Marina for allowing us to use this iconic Formula One track to set the scene for the final, where either Nasser Al-Habali, Karim Hani or Khalifa Al Falassi will take the crown. But we also have to say a massive thank you to our Emirates Drift Championship President Wara Ukba for putting on all of this hard work and making everything happen. Right, without any more delays, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the live action here at Yas Marina. Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final round of the 2026 Emirates Drift Championship, live here from Yas Marina, the Formula One circuit in Abu Dhabi. My name is Ian Waddington, and as I said a minute ago, I'll be walking and talking you all the way through tonight's action here at Yas Marina, where we will crown our 2026 Emirates Drift Champion. We have a multiple few podiums this evening, and we're going to get through them. But first off, we have qualifying. As you can see right now on the circuit, we're still finishing off the last of practice. We are ever so slightly delayed here at Yas Marina, and some of these guys only just managing to get their final few laps of practice dialed down. You can see the track is very technical. Nice fast initiation, but only a short run up, so those guys are having to short shift through first, second and third to get the car dialed in right to the edge of the circuit. Now you'll see here at Yas Marina, unfortunately we can't paint the track because it's a Formula One circuit, so we have to put cones out. So there might be some delays as we have to go out and repair those cones throughout qualifying, because we like to make sure the track is consistent for all of the drivers here at the Emirates Drift Championship. And yeah, very fast and flowing. I love the initiation. I like the way it goes into this tight inner clip as well, right on the apex of that corner. Now judges saying they can get wheels up over that curb, but rear wheels shouldn't really be crossing the white line right on the edge of the circuit. So from where it goes from the black tarmac to the white line, that is the edge of the track, as it normally is in most other scenarios. So as you can see, few guys on the line laying down their final practice runs. These guys are going to get this wrapped up in a few moments' time, and then we're going to head straight into qualifying here. Some of the drivers already back in the paddock, and by the looks of things, where I'm sitting at the very, very far end on the hairpin, only a few drivers are left in practice, and we will get this underway for qualifying for the final time in 2026. So I'm going to let you see the sights and sounds of this incredible circuit and watch the last few runs of practice, and I'll join you in a few moments' time where we kick off qualifying here at Yas Marina. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are 3 minutes away from the final runs of practice. So 3 minutes, those final runs of practice will be over and our grid will start to assemble, as you can see behind our Emirates Drift Championship start line, where we're going to get all of our drivers gridded in their qualifying order, ready to throw down for the final time here at the Emirates Drift Championship 2026. So not long to go now, ladies and gentlemen, and we will be kicking off qualifying. Thank you for coming out this evening and joining us here at Yas Marina. Such an iconic circuit, such an iconic place to lay down for our final time in 2026, where we will be crowning our 2026 Emirates Drift Championship champion. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the final round of the 2026 Emirates Drift Championship, live here from Yas Marina Formula One circuit in Abu Dhabi. My name is Ian Waddington, and we are almost ready to kick off the action. Down on the start line, you can see our drivers now preparing, pulling up fresh tyres, fresh fuel, and a fresh mindset for the final time to try and achieve a step on that podium. But there are three guys at the moment that are going head-to-head to take it on. Well, here you go on your screen. You can see right now our qualifying order. These are our drivers that are going to be whittled down this evening to just 16 drivers to go head-to-head in competition. And as I said, three of those guys are fighting it out this evening for the championship. Khalifa Mohammed Al Falassi, Karim Hani and Nasser Al Harbali. They are the guys that are in contention for the championship this weekend. And this is it. It's all down to the final round of the championship. We started off on the 27th of December in Liwa, in the middle of the desert here in Abu Dhabi. We travelled back to Yas Marina at the VDA, where we completed 2 rounds on a technical course, and we now move it to the final round here on the Formula One circuit. Things are going to get interesting this evening. We've seen thrills and spills so far this season at the Emirates Drift Championship, and now drivers line up for the final time. One final bite of the cookie. Who will it be standing on the top step? We've had some drivers that have been super consistent. Karim Hani, the man, taking 2 second places so far on the podium. But Khalifa Al Falassi has been the man that has been fighting from the back the whole way through. That Pro Drift Academy driver in that V8 Turbo 180SX is a man possessed. From Lee, we see him with that incredible style of lead driving, but the chases just weren't where the judges wanted to see him. But now, the seat time, the practice, the competition has turned him up to another level. And at the last round, we see him on the top step of the podium. Can he do it again this weekend? Can he come from behind? The man with all of the local support on his back, can they force him to the top step of the podium and put him at the top of the championship? Well, we're going to find out. We're going to walk and talk our way all the way through this, and I can see cars down there now on the back of the grid starting to warm up tyres, starting to get prepared, ready to rock and roll. Our judges, once again for the final time this weekend at the Emirates Drift Championship, we have Kieran Hines, Vernon Spaneveld and Asim, our local judge. Those guys are quickly taking their notes and preparing themselves ready for our qualifying runs here. So we are just moments away from getting the first driver to the line. And as soon as we do, we'll be kicking things off underway. Don't forget, we've been proudly presented by TFA Motorsport this season and fueled by Monster Energy here at the Emirates Drift Championship. And without those guys and all of the support from you guys watching along at home and here in attendance at Yas Marina and for the last 3 rounds at the VDA and in Liwa, none of this would be possible. So a massive thank you from everybody here at the Emirates Drift Championship for making everything that we do possible to bring you all the action from the Middle East. So our track staff now making their way onto the circuit, ready to call forward the first car in qualifying. I'm looking forward to this. Some new names dropping in for this round, some surprise drivers, some drivers that decided to take a jump at the last moment and get a spot in the final round. One of those drivers being Jesse Greenslade, all the way over from D1NZ. Has a car here in the Middle East, decided to jump in at the last minute and drive. We've also got Sheikh Hamdan Al Nayan. We see him drive at round 2 of the Emirates Drift Championship over at the VDA, and it's good to have him back here this weekend. That incredible V8 supercharged purple Nissan Silvia S15. Also got the man from Oman, Haytham Al Hadidi, will be with us this evening driving that incredible car, and a whole host of other drivers that have worked their way into the championship for the final round just to have a bite of the apple. Unfortunately, we have lost Team Fresh X Racing, Dennis Miguel, a full carbon fibre Toyota Supra A90. Unfortunately, won't be making here this evening. A lot of flu flying around here at the moment in the UAE, and unfortunately, Dennis and his team have been taken ill this evening, so we wish them all the best and a fast recovery and hope to see them back at the Emirates Drift Championship in the 2026-27 Championship. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, down there on our start line, the first car's now going to pull forward. Our start line marshals getting dropped off to the track. Our incredible start line marshals been with us from round one all the way over in Lira as well. Those guys putting in some long evenings and tough work. Those guys also supporting the OIDC Championship from Oman. So good to have that connection between Emirates Drift Championship and Oman, and everybody here in the Middle East working together as a big team to uplift drifting in the UAE together. So our start line marshals now down there. Our track has been checked. All of our cones are in the correct places, marked out by our judges, and our judges are ready to rock and roll, eager to get this underway, the same as our drivers. Right, well, our drone is up. As you can see, some beautiful shots here from around Yas Marina. And once again, our FPV drone in the house supporting EDC. And I'm being told that the grid is now in order and drivers are ready to make their first qualifying run. Our first qualifying driver will be Road Salah. He'll be on the line down there, ready for action. And once again, thank you for you guys that have come down this evening to support the Emirates Drift Championship here at Yas Marina. I can see you in the crowd waving your hands. And for you guys watching along online, so we are just a moment away, ladies and gentlemen, for kicking the first car off of the line for our qualifying runs here for the final time in 2026. Our judges in position, scoreboards set and ready to go, and scores ready to be laid down. A tough technical circuit, not the easiest one on the calendar, but it's certainly a challenge for our drivers at the final round, pushing them to their limit like we did at round 3, where we give them that custom circuit and made it just that little bit more difficult for them than the rest of the tracks. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I apologise for the pause in the action. We are just waiting to get the cars gridded. We're waiting for the first car to make his way down to the line. I think there's been a bit of a confusion of who is qualifying first and who isn't. So we're trying to get our drivers in order, in grid in order, ready for qualifying runs here for the final round of the Emirates Drift Championship 2026. And as I say, everybody is in position and ready to go. Hope you're enjoying yourself so far. We will be kicking off the action, and don't go anywhere because it will be coming thick and fast this evening. As soon as we get through our qualifying, 29 drivers whittled down to just 16 this evening for a shot to twin battle here on the Formula One circuit at Yas Marina, Abu Dhabi. And these guys all fighting for that final podium spot here in 2026. And as we say, the championship hangs in the balance at the moment. 3 guys in contention for it. Who will it be? Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Action straight away. Action straight away as we can see our first driver down there, Road Salah, in this Nissan Silvia PS13. Lights up the tyres. Right, here we go. First car on the line, ready to rock and roll. And as we say, Road Salah. And once again, apologies for the delay in action, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready to kick it off. And this is the first qualifying run of the final round here in 2026 at Yas Marina, Formula One circuit, Emirates Drift Championship. And it's a shaky start already for Road Salah as he completely takes out those inner cones, collects one of them, drags it under the front bumper. It's a sketchy transition out. Can't find the very far edge of the circuit. There's one transition left to go to the edge of the track and across the line. So hopefully we'll be popping up our qualifying scores on the screen for you here this weekend at the final round, and you'll be able to see exactly what our drivers are scoring. As soon as they get inputted into our judges system, they'll be sent over to our broadcast team and they'll pop up on the screen and we'll be able to see what that driver scores. We'll be sure to give you that score because the judges are sitting literally right in front of you. So 56.3 for our first qualifying run. And I'll just read them out to you guys so you get them straight away as soon as they drop in if there's any problem with our scoring. We move on to the line. Charles Henry Manuel dos Santos on the line next. Number 42 pulls up green. Nissan 370Z. I see this driver been struggling today in practice, not really been getting to grips with this technical layout, and it does seem quite easy for you guys probably sitting at home watching, or if you guys have been watching in the grandstands, but it is more of a technical layout, and the initiation and seems easy, as I was saying. Sorry, just having a quick glance over to the judges there. The initiation, all part of it, that big fire into that first corner and then a massive decel before you put the car into that first turn. Here we go then, off the line for Dos Santos. Looks like he's got it dialed straight away though. Picks up that inner curb, washes that car nice and wide, right to the edge of the circuit. Flicks the car back once again. You can see not going deep enough, needs to wash the car right out to the edge of the track there. Can't get it, can't go wide there either. One more transition, needs to go right to the white line. Gets that one dialed and then across the line. And we have 2 cones either side of the circuit which denote the end and the start of the scoring zone. And as we said earlier on, cannot paint the track here at so 65.3 for the first qualifying run there for Dos Santos. We can't paint the circuit here at Yas Marina. Naturally, it is a Formula One track and we don't want to damage the tarmac, so our drivers relying on the cones at the side of the circuit. Up next, interesting driver. Going to jump to Jesse Greenslade on the line next. Okay, so just a little bit of new information there. That wasn't Dos Santos, unfortunately. We are jumped ahead of car there. It was Georgie Salivines on the line, but we got jumped forward now to Jesse Greenslade. This incredible Nissan Silvia S15 sits on the line, ready to do his first qualifying run this evening, all the way from New Zealand, competing in the D1 Championship. Tentative initiation, doesn't get that car right to the edge of the circuit. You can see how it affects that line, that car gripped up to the max, and you can see now it's really playing hard to get as he can't get that wide line. Now starts to find that wide qualifying line, looks to flick the car back across the circuit. Now that car on full song and across the line. It was difficult on the initiation. You can see how much that run-in, that initiation really counts. So a 78 there for Jesse Greenslade. And judges quite happy with that one. Moving back to the line to now Maddie. Had the pleasure of commentating on this young man just last weekend at the UK Gymkhana Championship, which ran alongside the Emirates Drift Championship down here at Yas Marina on the VDA. And this young man, seen him around the paddock, haven't seen him in action, and did an incredible job at the UK Gymkhana Challenge. But what can he do here at the Emirates Drift Championship? M50 Turbo BMW 1 Series sits on the line. And now Maddie sits on the line for his first qualifying run ever here at the Emirates Drift Championship. This car sounds, the anti-lag from this car is absolutely incredible, and it does certainly get down and party once he gets the grip dialed in and laid down. So we await the smoke to clear the inside of the cabin there, and our start line marshal will give him the thumbs up to leave the line for the first qualifying run as soon as we confirm it is him, which it is, car number 15. So here we go, off the line for now Maddie, first qualifying run here at the Emirates Drift Championship. Goes through the gears, little flick to initiation, nice and wide, could have gone a little deeper though, picks up that inner clip, nice, good transition back once again, shallows up the angle massively, needs to stand on the throttle as you see the anti-lag banging from the back of that 1 Series. Nice line here into this long zone, gets that car set up, and a problem, catches understeer or misshift potentially, fires it down to that final zone and across the line. So waiting for the judges to drop the score in there for now Maddie. That'll be a 54 there, and that'll be that moment of straightening in. That second to last outside zone. We're back on the line. We are with Ralph Horbecker. Had the pleasure of going down to the Pro Drift Academy this week in the time between the two events, catching some seat time, drifting some of their school cars down there at Pro Drift Academy. And this young man was there in this car, getting some seat time before the final round. Been competing in the street class, but earned his right this weekend to compete here at the final round. And Ralph Horbecker, first time in pro competitive drifting here in the UAE, doing a good job so far in this Mustang. Flicks it, just a little shallow on outside zone 4, can't reach outside zone 5 either as he flicks it back across the circuit for 6. He gets there a little early, but job done and across the line. So a 60.7 there for Ralph Horbecker. We'll go back to the start line. So the next driver is going to be Mohammed Hamad. The V8 Turbo BMW E92 on the line. And Mohammed Hamad sits on the line, ready to rock and roll. Gives a thumbs up to our start line marshal. And off through the line, through the chicane, through the gears, slams it. It's going to look for a nice kick of the clutch. And the car grips up on initiation, doesn't wash out. And that's going to be bleeding points already straight away as he now flicks the car through the transition, stands on the accelerator. Now needs to put this car right to the edge of the track, and he does. Back on the throttle again as he pushes the car right to the edge of the circuit, full throttle. Last transition coming up, puts the rear wheel right to the edge of the track and across the line. So a 65 drops in there for Mohammed Hamad. And we go back on the line to Maya Dabas. And unfortunately lost Maya at round 3. Had to leave the circuit due to some ill health in the family. But back this weekend and said she was feeling a little nervous about this track, but very excited to be here in Yas Marina on the Formula 1 circuit. Nice initiation though from Maya de Bass. Gets that car nice and wide, flicks it, looks for the transition, tries to find the edge of the circuit. Not too bad for Maya, a little tentative. Looks like a safe calculated run, sacrifices outside zone 4 there. Could have been wider here, and that's affected the line into 5. Will she get 6 as she opens up the throttle on that PS13 and across the line? So 57 drops in from Maya de Bass, and we'll see her teammate coming up later on, Adam de Bass, in that incredible S15. We go back on the line. There's going to be Sheikh Hamed Al Nayan. Absolutely incredible Nissan Silvia S15 supercharged V8. Pulls up to line. Now this is probably one of my most favourite cars on the grid, and I'm a sucker for a street looking car, and this doesn't get much more from it. This is such a clean build from the team down there. As Hamdan leaves the line, good transition, flicks the car back, now stands on the throttle, starts to unleash all the power. Look at that, very wide, very tidy there for Hamdan as he puts foot to floor, right to the edge of the circuit. It's his tidy as the drone gets all up in his business, flicks it across the circuit and back across he goes. Very nice end to that run. A few mistakes creeping in at the beginning there though for Sheikh Mohammed Al Nayan. So an 86.3. Judges really liking what they see there. And at the moment, Sheikh Hamdan have the highest score in qualifying. We go back on the line to Mohammed Ramaha in this Nissan Silvia PS13. A lot of PS13s on the grid this weekend here at the final round. And everybody bringing out the machinery and the skills to try and throw down for a spot on the podium at the final round. Here we go through the chicane and off the line for Rama. Through the gears, flicks that car nice and wide, but a little early on initiation. You can see that wheel drop up onto the curb now. Gets on the throttle very late though, and you can see affects the car, pushes the car onto the inside of the circuit. Not where the judges wanted to see the drivers. We're looking for that perfect 100-point qualifying run. Opens up the throttle now, goes back across the track for outside zone 6 and across the line. So a 60 there for Mohammed Rama. And you can see down there on the line, Moyad Hamad warming up the tyres on this Nissan Silvia S14.5. Gives the thumbs up to our start line marshal, and he will send him on his way for the first qualifying run as Moyad Hamad gets ready to rock and roll through the chicane, through the gears, looking for a big initiation. We're looking for that real risk reward, and it was a nice initiation on early throttle, nice and early. Now full commitment. Oh, just backed out of it, gets back in it once again though, dials on the angle, flicks the car. Can he go wide? He can't. Sacrifices that outside zone 4, but now look at 5 completely fulfilled as he flicks it across the track for outside zone 6 and across the line. So a 76.3 from Moyad there as that score drops in. Back on the line we can see Daniel Maximov down there warming up the tyres on this Nissan Silvia S14.5 as well, I do believe. As Maximov now finishes up warming up the tyres on the back of that car and pulls to the line. So Maximov off the line. No, this is a full S15 I do believe, my apologies. Look at that big flick, way he transfers the car in, but middle of the circuit, handbrakes the car and it grips up. Oh, big understeer, puts the car on the edge of the track, has to get back into it, stands on the throttle, but he's all up on the wrong qualifying line now. Handbraking where this track is almost full throttle the whole circuit. Tries to get himself back on a qualifying line, but he's bleeding a lot of points, shuts it down after the transition. So a 32 there drops in for Daniel Maximov, and he'll have work to do on that second qualifying run. Needs to get that initiation really dialed in. You could see what it meant as soon as he got that car rotated on initiation, middle of the track, caught a load of understeer and put the car right where it didn't need to be. We go back on the line to Hussein Musselmani in this Chevrolet Corvette. Hussein Musselmani gets a thumbs up, ready to leave the line. There we go, through the gears. Short shifting, as I said, very short run up here. When he flicks the car on, it doesn't react, and I know they've been struggling with this car this weekend, and you can see now it doesn't even attempt to drive. I'm going to take that car back to the paddock, and there will be a 0 there for Hussein Musselmani. It's such a shame, such a friendly guy, such a nice guy around the paddock, always smiling, always happy. And at round 3 was telling me the stories of where he's been in the world and where he's travelled to and where he's worked, and well, you could write a book on everything that Hussein Musselmani has done in the past few years of his life. We go back on the line to Mohammed Al Mansouri in this incredible Nissan Silvia S15. And we go thumbs up, sits on the line and leaves. Now, do a good job earlier on in practice. Can he throw it down now where it really matters? Nice initiation for Al Mansouri. Puts that car where it needs to be. You can see him left foot brake there, just pushing that car right to the edge of the circuit. This is good commitment, full throttle. Fires that car through. It's wider than we've seen anyone else so far. Look at this. He's got the track dialed in right to the edge of the circuit. One transition left to go for Al Mansouri. Oh, and he absolutely nails it. And there we go, an 87.3 for Mohammed Al Mansouri. Incredible run there from the man normally over there in Oman competing in the OIDC. We go back on the line to another man making his way over to the Emirates Drift Championship this weekend, competing in the Oman International Drift Championship. Haytham Al Hadidi in this beautiful carbon Kevlar Nissan Silvia S15. Slams that car into gear through the chicane and through the gears. Haytham Al Hadidi looks for a big clutch kick, nice initiation. Another driver that's got it dialed right on that curb, and you can see angle through that inner clip, full throttle once again, pushing that car right to the edge of the circuit. A little lift off there to make sure he didn't go too far. Big commitment now as he looks for outside zone 5. He finds it right to the edge of the circuit as Haytham Al Hadidi now looks for the final outside zone and across the line. Well, there we go. A big score drops in for Haytham Al Hadidi, and it will be a 90 as we go back on the line. It's going to be Antonoli Shabak, a driver from Team FreshX Racing. This incredible carbon fibre Nissan 400Z. These cars from FreshX Racing are an absolute work of art. Spent a lot of time down there in the paddock yesterday, taking a look around them, looking around the team, looking at the way they've built these cars. They're absolutely phenomenal. Some drivers keeping with the B58, others switching them out to an LS Pro Charge platform. As Antonoli now gets himself warmed up down there on the back end of the grid and pulls to the line. So Antonoli Shabak ready to throw down that first qualifying run of the final round. We're halfway through the first of our qualifying runs here at the final round. Anti-lag building, RPM building as Antonoli gets the signal to go. Slams that car into gear. Oh, there we go, finally leaves the line. I thought he was going to have a problem there. Cones down, but no problems with that one as he fires that car in. Nice line into initiation now. On throttle, nice and early. Watches that car round. That big long drag as he flicks the car for outside zone 4, looks for outside zone 5, and it's a beautiful line as he puts the car right to the edge of the circuit, full throttle, looks for the final transition for 6 and across the line. So an 86.3 drops in there for Antonoli Shabak. And as we said, unfortunately we lose Dennis Miguel out of competition, and we hope to see him back here at the Emirates Drift Championship next season, and we wish him all the best to get better and go back on the line. There's going to be Anthony Habib in this incredible Nissan Infiniti G37 Pro Charged, but for this round added nitrous. Said he needed a little bit more power for these long pulls and wanted to get the power down nice and early, so do some nitrous on that car, hoping it will give him a bit more of an advantage. So Anthony Habib down there on the line, ready to rock and roll. You can see Anthony's car looking a little battered and bruised after 4 competitive rounds of the Emirates Drift Championship. So we wait for our start line marshal down there to release Anthony Habib off the line. And there we go. Our start line marshal gives Anthony Habib the thumbs up to leave the line. Infinity G37 comes off the line, already spinning tyres. Anthony Habib nice and wide, good commitment for Anthony Habib. Goes a little wide though from that inner clip 2. Now full throttle, looks for 3, picks it up nicely. Can he wash that car out wide for 4? He certainly can. On the throttle nice and early once again. Anthony Habib committed this weekend to do well here. One last transition to go, one last outside zone. Anthony Habib across the line, it's beautiful. So we wait the score to drop in there for Anthony Habib. And it's going to be an 84.3 for Anthony Habib. Up next, Ali Shazwani. Toyota Lexus IS300 or Toyota Altelza, from where in the world you are. Look at this, big commitment, 2JZ powered. Full throttle, no messing around. Very nice, tidy line as he puts that car to the back edge of the circuit. Goes super deep into the zones. Good commitment here from Ali Shazwani as he once again finds the outside edge of the circuit. Look at this full commitment from Shazwani. Goes right to wide to the edge of the track and across the line. And an 85.7 drops in there for Ali Shazwani. I enjoyed that probably a little bit more than the judges, but I'm viewing this as more of a drift fan this weekend, as always. And the judges, well, as always, Kieran Hines, Werner Sonnefeld and Asim here this weekend for the final round of the Emirates Drift Championship. We go back on the line, Anthony DeBass, Team Anarchy. And this young man, one of the youngest drivers on the grid, been doing some incredible driving this season so far in the Emirates Drift Championship. Just not found that bit of fame in this beautiful looking Nissan Silvia S15. Supercharged LS underneath the bonnet. And this young man really will turn into be an incredible driver here from the UAE as the years come and he gets more seat time. Good initiation. He always goes up a little short, takes the cones out, but stays in it. As Adam DeBass pushes that car right to the edge of the circuit, almost tickles the cones over. Goes a little shallow though on outside zone 4, stands on the throttle, looks for it, nice and wide for 5. Can he get there? He certainly can. Final outside zone up, coming number 6 and across the line. 66.7 for Adam DeBass. As we go back on the line to Danny Neville, the man that gave me a few passenger spins around Yas Marina the other night for our social media video. If you haven't seen it, head on over to Emirates Drift Championship on Instagram and take a look at all the fun I've been getting up to out here in the Middle East and creating some cool content with the guys from Car Culture Dai and in partnership with the Emirates Drift Championship this season, making content to bring you all of the interesting backstories and everything that's been going on. And I was lucky enough to jump in the passenger seat of this incredible carbon Kevlar Corvette. The Monster Energy driver sits on the line, Danny Neville, third step on the podium at the final round 3, sorry. And we await to give him the thumbs up. And Danny Neville ready to kick it off. As we just make sure our track is fully set and ready to go. And it looks like all of the cones are back in position. So there we go, Danny Neville slams that Corvette into gear, ready to rock and roll. Off the line for Danny Neville, fires through the gears, flicks that car nice and wide. Good initiation from Danny Neville, one angle early. Look at this from Neville, he's not messing around. He's got a taste of the podium and he wants to be higher up on the podium this weekend. It could have been a little deeper there on outside zone 4, but now pushes that Corvette right to the edge of the circuit. Danny Neville looking confident this weekend. Flicks it back across and across the line. So an 85.7 for Danny Neville. And yet again, another clean run there at the circuit for Danny Neville. Looking confident, as I say, as we go back on the line to Abu Falah. Back in his carbon Kevlar Nissan Silvia S15 this weekend. So Iab on the line. What can he do on his first qualifying run? And there we go, Starlight Marshall gives him the thumbs up to go for his first run of qualifying here. Through the gears, beautiful looking car, big clutch kick to initiation. Look at that, super wide, dials on the angle. This is nice for Iab at the moment as he puts the car right where it needs to be. Stands on the accelerator, tickles the cones over. Goes nice and deep into outside zone 4. Look at this, full commitment for Iab Alou Falah as he puts the foot to 4, fires through, final outside zone coming across the line. '87 for Ehab. Very good first qualifying run. Full commitment. Could have been maybe a little bit too wide in some of those zones. Judges not wanting to see those guys push as far over as they do. As we go back on the line to the next driver, it's going to be Robert Babagulian. Nissan 350Z. We're going to have to hold Robert though for just a few moments as we get that track reset. As we say, cones here at the final round of the Emirates Drift Championship. And we make this track as consistent as we can for every single driver. Obviously, we can't control the sun or the amount of tyre that is on the track, but we do our best with those clip-in zones and markers on track for the guys. So it looks like the track is set and ready to go, and we look to send off the line Robert Babagulian. And our start line marshal will give him the thumbs up as he sits patiently on the line, nervously waiting to throw down that first qualifying run here of the final round. The drone takes off, ready to chase him down around this circuit here in Abu Dhabi, through the gears and off the line. Look at this big wide flick to initiation. Wow, super wide, takes out the cone but pushes him wide on inner 2. Back on the throttle he goes as Robert Babagulian now opens up the throttle and flicks that 350Z to angle. It's a beautiful line there through 4, right out to 5, right to the edge of the circuit. Robert Babagulian doing an amazing job at the moment. Looks for the final zone and across the line. Yeah, I'm rewarded by the judges at 89 for Robert Babagulian. As we see some big scores dropping in here for the final round of the championship. We start to get into the thick end of the championship right now. We're inside that top 10. We go back on the line to Samir Sabeh, a man who debuted this car at round 3 over at the VDA here at Yas Marina. Unfortunately been breaking drive shafts left, right and centre, and said that last night he broke 2 and didn't have any more spares, but it looks like the team have figured something out and got him back on track, ready to rock and roll here tonight for the final round. And Samir Sabeh making that switch over from the E36 V8 powered car to a 2JZ E46. Here we go through the gears, big clutch kick to initiation, little dab of the foot brake and onto the handbrake. Sets himself up nicely for inner 2 now, looks nice and wide for 3. He's going to go super wide though, that's wheels over the edge of the circuit. He dials on the angle, takes down cones once again as Samir Sabeh pushing this car right to the edge of the track and right to the limit as he looks for the final zone and across the line. And 74.3, judges not liking the car being pushed too far over the track, and if you're touching those cones, judges did say in the driver's briefing, if you hit those cones and knock them down, you are off track. You want to see your bumper close to them, but not taking them down. So Samir Sabeh just needs to rein that in 10%, and he'll be looking at a nice high qualifying score here at the final round. And back on the line once our track is reset from our staff, and it will be Ramzi Ahmed. Ramzi Ahmed doing an incredible job at round 1 over in Lee 1. This car still looking battered and bruised, the car ready for battle at any moment. Ramzi Ahmed sits on the line this end. Sylvia S14 as our safety crew and marshals get themselves back into their positions. Ramzi Ahmed will be given the thumbs up to leave the line for his first qualifying run. Here we go, through the gears. Off drops the hammer, big clutch kick. Flicks that car across the circuit, absolutely beautiful, but pushes himself a little wide on inner 2. Stands on the throttle, but it's a mistake there. It's pushing way on the wrong line now. Ramzi Ahmed needs to find that qualifying line once again. Looks for outside zone 5, on the foot brake heavy, trying to push the back end of that Sylvia to the white line. Transitions for the final outside zone and across the line. A few mistakes dropping in there for Ramzi Ahmed, yeah. Ramzi Ahmed, and yeah, unfortunately a 78.3, still a good score on the board, but some mistakes made. Gonna have to clean that one up after this run, try and get himself higher up the order. Just remember, ladies and gentlemen, 16 drivers making it through tonight's competition here at the final round. We whittle these drivers down, 29 drivers this evening. We whittle them down to just 16. So we go back on the line. Mohammed Chiab, the man who finished in 4th place at round 3. LS Power Toyota GT86, and massive thank you to Mohammed Chiab and the guys down there at the Pro Drift Academy for taking me and Vernon to go and do some drifting during the week. We had an amazing time, got some seat time, and proved that we can't just talk the talk, we can actually walk the walk, sometimes, anyway. Well, there we go, Mohammed Chiab on the line, ready to throw down his first qualifying run of the evening. We're into the top 5 now, ladies and gentlemen. So Mohammed Chiab patiently waits on the line, as we say, LS powered Toyota GT86. And Mohammed saying to me in the week when we was over there at the Pro Drift Academy that struggling with the car at round 3, couldn't work out what was wrong, and turns out the rear coilovers were in fact bent on the car. So a brand new set of rear coilovers fitted to the car and set up. It says hopefully that this weekend that car will perform exactly how he likes it to drive, and he can get himself up to a podium spot. Well, here we go, off the line through the chicane from Mohammed Chiab as he fires through the gears, flicks that car, nice and wide initiation over the rumble strip now, very nice line into inner 2, collects it nicely, push that car nice and wide for outside zone 3, back again, looks for 4, a little shy, comes up a little short though as he now powers through, looks for outside zone 5, very good line, final outside zone coming up and across the line. An 88.7, ladies and gentlemen, for Mohammed Chiab. We go back on the line to our next driver, another Team Fresh X Racing driver. It will be, of course, the one and only Damir Idiatulin. Absolutely incredible cars, full carbon fibre Nissan 400Zs, and Damir Idiatulin sits on the line, 4th place in the championship. As Damir puts his hands up, shows his support for all the fans out there watching along and cheering on Team Fresh X Racing. Slams that car into gear. And Damir Idiatulin through the gears, up through the chicane, hammers through, big clutch kick for Damir Idiatulin as he stands on the throttle, very nice line, but pushes himself wide on inside zone 2. Back across the circuit he goes, nice and wide for 3 as Damir Idiatulin puts that car where it needs to be. Oh, and it comes up a little short. Oh, he almost over-rotates. Damir Idiatulin stands on the throttle, but he's on a mid-line, looks for that final transition and across the line. Oh, and that's going to hurt his score massively, yeah, and that's 68 for Damir Idiatulin. That stall up caught him out massively there. Wonder what happened to Damir Idiatulin as he stands on the throttle, finds himself mid-track. I wonder if it was a misshift being out on the passenger ride yesterday with Danny Neville. As you come through out of zone 4, that long pole is a prime opportunity to slam that car into the next gear. And I wonder if there Damir Idiatulin stood on it, couldn't find a gear, had to almost straighten the car up. or keep it in the gear it was in. So we'll find out as Samir Idiatulian heads back to the paddock to get a car checked over, and he'll be back out for a second run of qualifying. Don't forget, 2 non-consecutive runs of qualifying here at the final round. As always, we go back on the line to this young man in the championship contention. It will be Khalifa Mohammed Al Falassi. He sits on the line. What can this young man do? He was the winner at round 3 at the VDA, and he is now in contention for the win this weekend for the championship. Slams that V8 Turbo S13 into gear as Falassi leaves the line through the gears. Flames are up front and back. Big clutch kick for Falassi. Shallow on initiation, stands on the throttle, picks up inner 2, now works his way around that long corner, back on throttle once again as Falassi goes for that final outside zone. Nice and wide there before he gets into this one. This is a big pull. Outside zone 5 for Field. Final outside zone coming up. Back across the circuit again, and job done for Khalifa Al Falassi. The score drops in from the judges, an 81.3 for Khalifa Al Falassi. And we get to the business end of it. The 2 guys that are been going head to head all season so far. Karim Hani up first before we see Nasser Al Habali, the man that won in the first 2 rounds of the championship. Unfortunately got knocked out at round 3 by Danny Neville. The handbrake failed on that car. Unfortunately couldn't lay down a good run against Danny Neville. Said that he tried everything he could to try and make the car work, but just wouldn't do what he needed it to do. What will we expect this weekend? Karim Hani and Nasser Al Habali making the trip this year over to Europe to the Drift Masters European Championship. Exciting to see both of these guys out in Europe competing with the best of the best from around the world. But right now he'd love nothing more than to win the Emirates Drift Championship as Karim Hani sits on the line in this incredible 2JZ powered BMW E46. So, looks like our track just needed to have a second for the smoke to clear, and we are ready to send cars. You can see the smoke hanging there in the stadium, in and around the circuit here at Yas Marina. And here we go, through the chicane, through the gears. Big clutch kick for Karim Hani. Looks for that first outside zone and absolutely nails it. Now stands on the throttle. Good line once again for inner 2 on the throttle nice and early as Karim Hani pushes that car right to the edge of the circuit. Hani's on a flyer as he looks for outside zone 5. He opens the throttle, stands on the foot brake, puts that car right to the edge of the track. Karim Hani, one more outside zone to go and across the line. And the score drops in, and an 89 for Karim Hani, just 1 point off of our top qualifier at the moment. Haytham Al Hadidi, the young man from Oman in that Red Bull S15 at the moment, holds the top spot, but the man that would love to win it all is Nasser Al Habali. He sits on the line in this incredible supercharged V8 Nissan 370Z, full carbon Kevlar. Leads the championship at the moment, the winner of 2 rounds of the Emirates Drift Championship so far. What can he do this weekend? He would love to top qualifying, take the top step in qualifying, and then take the top step on the podium this evening. He gets a thumbs up from our start line marshal, slams the car into gear, through the gears. Nasser Al Habali looks for a clean initiation and he gets it. He goes super wide though on inner 2. Can he clean it up as Nasser Habali now stands on the throttle, looks for outside zone 4. Big dab on the foot brake to push the back of that car where it needs to be. Habali fires through outside zone 5, flicks the car across the circuit for the final outside zone, and job done. And the score drops in, and it will be a 91 for Nasser Al Habali. Tops qualifying at the moment, but we've got to do it all over again as we reset and go again, and drivers now start to think about those mistakes they made in those first qualifying runs. But we've got some big scores from our drivers here at the final round of the Emirates Drift Championship 2026. Your highest qualifier at the moment will be Nasser Al Habali, followed by Haytham Al Hadidi and Karim Hani. Well, don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have a pause for a few moments while we get our track reset, our drivers ready and re-gridded, and we'll be ready to send them back out again for their second qualifying runs. So for me, I'm going to catch a breath, catch a quick drink. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few moments' time for the second runs of qualifying here at the final round of the Emirates Drift Championship 2026. and ready to rock and roll. Our judges refreshed, ready to go for the second round of qualifying here. Don't forget these 30 drivers, 29 drivers in fact, unfortunately we'll be losing Dennis Miguel this weekend. We whittled down to just 16, so every single qualifying run matters. And we go back to the line to the first driver of proceedings. Now it looks like we may have a driver of a... So we have Xavier up next on the line. Missed that first qualifying run, I do believe. So we await for Xavier's qualifying run to come off the line. Looks like everyone is ready and set for the second runs of qualifying here at the final round of the Emirates Drift Championship 2026. Presented by TFA Motorsport, powered by Monster Energy. And here we go, big flick into that first corner. Oh, super wide, flicks the car back once again, and it's a mistake. But he stands on it now, looks for outside zone 3, back on it once again, comes up nice into outside zone 4, outside zone 5, coming up nice and fast, and he's got that one absolutely dialed as well. Final outside zone, very long pull down and across the line. So an 81.3 drops in there for Xavier as we move it along for the next qualifying run. It's going to be Rawad Salah, 56.3 on his first qualifying run of the evening. And we'll see how he gets on here. Going to be a big score, I believe, now dropping in. I think we're going to be easily in the high 60s, low 70s to get yourself a spot in top 16 this evening. So every single turn of the wheel counts here at the final round, the Emirates Drift Championship. Crazy PS13 sits on the line and off the line through the chicane, through the gears. As we see Rawad now fire that car in. Oh, it's super wide, just tickles the cone over, but it's pushed him way wide through inner 2. Transitions the car back once again, looks for 3. Nice job there as he fires the car into outside zone 4, comes up a little short, stands on the accelerator, the car just doesn't react. Oh, and it shuts down, the big clutch kick, but can't find outside zone 5, and across the line for 6. So a 35 drops in. Unfortunately, that's not going to be enough. So it'll be his first qualifying score of a 65.3. That could be the best one. We'll see how he gets on with that as we move through qualifying. We're back on the line once again. It's going to be do believe it's going to be Grigori Slevenez off the line, kicks that car, that green 370Z into action, goes a little wide there on inner 2, fires the car back once again, nice line for 3, stands on the accelerator, flicks the car back for 4, needs to go nice and deep and doesn't, comes up a little short on the inside edge of the circuit, can't find outside zone 5, just catches the end of it, looks for the final outside zone and across the line. So 53 drops in there. As we go back on the line, it's going to be Jesse Greenslade, the D1 NZ driver. Car full of smoke there, this incredible Nissan Silvia S15. So through the chicane, through the gears, all the way from D1 NZ. What can he do here at the Emirates Drift Championship? Oh, front wheel lock up, haven't seen that before. Flicks the car to angle though, fires it through inner 2, stands on the accelerator as Greenslade now pushes it to the final outside zone. Oh, big flick as Greenslade means business here. Looks for outside zone 5, stands on the accelerator, final outside zone coming up, fulfills that one and across the line. And a 77 drops in there for Jesse Greenslade. As we move back to the line to the next driver ready to rock and roll. And it will be Now Maddie in that BMW 1 Series. So now Maddie pulls up to the line, M50 Turbo BMW E81, E82, correct me if I'm wrong, 1 Series. Big power, big anti-lag. What can Now Maddie do right now as he sits on the line? Their first qualifying run for Now Maddie, a 54. So really going to need to pull the socks up here for this second qualifying run. We await the marshal to give him the signal to come off the line. So the front of that car leaking a lot of water there. I wonder what's happening from the front end of that BMW, and I think that's why we might be holding now, Maddie, there, because that car is leaking water. Our drone is going to zoom over there and take a quick look. I'm not sure if we're going to send him off the line. Looks like we are going to send him off the line now. Maddie through the gears, through the chicane for the second qualifying run of the evening. Nicer initiation this time as he puts that car right where it needs to be. He's going to watch nice and wide. Can he transition it back? He can. Stands on the accelerator, looks for outside zone 3. Back once again for 4. Can he flick that car wide? He can. Outside zone 5 coming up on the foot brake, nice and heavy, pushing the back end of that BMW right to the edge of the circuit. Good line so far from now, Maddie, as he finds that final zone and across the line. And a 77 drops in for now, Maddie, and that could be enough to get him into the show so far. 2 77s back to back. And these drivers really starting to pull things together there as we go back on the line to Ralph Horbecker. This young man, so talented, and another up-and-coming talent here in the UAE. Big Heavy Mustang said that he has plenty planned for this car in the off-season for the 2026-27 championship. As Ralph sits on that line, ready to throw down for his second qualifying run, a 60.7 on his first run. And here we go through the chicane. Ralph Horbecker, a little tentative on the first run, a little tentative on the second as well. This is Ralph's first real pro competition here in the UAE. He's doing a nice job though, got a very good lead line as Ralph Horbecker could have got a little deeper there on outside zone 4. Nevertheless, tries to put the back end of that Mustang to 5 and he finds it as he now transitions that car back. It's a little short there, a little early to 6. So a 69 that drops in. So a slight improvement, but not too much. Up next, Mohamed Hamad in the BMW E92. Looks like he got himself a little lost down there in the burnout box. We'll see what he can do as he now gets himself to the line. So Mohamed gives himself a little clap there, gets himself prepped ready for his second qualifying run. He gets a thumbs up. Let's see what he can do on his second run. 65 on the first one. Big clutch kick. And that BMW E92 fires that car through in a 2. Good transition back, nice and snappy. Stands on the accelerator, plenty of power from that V8 turbo underneath the bonnet. It's the car back again, but he comes up shy on outside zone 4. Looks for 5. Opens up the throttle, nice and wide. Wheel to the white line as he puts that car back across the track, takes down the cone for 5 and across the line. And it isn't better than his first qualifying run. Judges not liking it as much. It will be a 63. As we get our staff out there just to put that cone back up into position. And as we go back on the line, it's going to be Maya Dabas for her second qualifying runner. 57 on the first one, a little tentative. Nevertheless, feeling a little nervous this weekend, saying she couldn't compete in round 3, unfortunately due to some ill health in the family. But happy nevertheless, always smiling is Maya Dabas. Flips the visor down and waits for the thumbs up from our start line marshal down there on the ground as Maya Dabas. We'll take a look around her beautiful Nissan Silvia PS13. And here we go through the chicane, looking for that nice wide flick. A little bit of trust needed here from Maya Dabas, so that's a lot nicer than before. A little shy though on outside zone 1, comes up nice on inside zone 2, flicks that car back, stands on the throttle nice and earlier, lets that car wash to outside zone 3. As Dabas now really starting to find that line and just falls off of it. Outside zone 4, puts her foot to floor, now can't find outside zone 5. Coming up real shy here as Maya Dabas looks for the final outside zone and across the line. And almost a mirror image score there for Maya Dabas. A 56 drops in from the judges. I'm not sure that's going to be enough to get her a spot in the top 16 later on this evening as we send our crew out just to move one of those cones. We go back on the line to the man that was leading qualifying for quite a while. It will be Sheikh Hamdan Al Nayan. He sits on the line. It's beautiful Nissan Silvia S15, supercharged V8 underneath the bonnet. And as I said, not biased, but easily one of my favourite cars on the grid this weekend. Such a beautiful looking Nissan Silvia S15. And couldn't quite believe it when I see this car at round 2 and the VDA that this man was going to use this as a full pro competitive drift car. And then sits on the line, patiently awaiting the signal from our marshals to send him off. As I can see, our safety crew now just exiting the circuit, back to their position. As Hamdan sits patiently in the car, ready for business. And there we go. Little clap and a thumbs up from our start line marshal. Hamdan off the line through the gears. Look at this, aggressive already from Hamdan as he puts that car right to the edge of the track. Nice initiation. Oh, pops a wheel off the tarmac. There's no messing around for the shake as he stands on the throttle, but he's got big understeer and takes it clear off the circuit. And Hamdan gets himself back into it, but a huge mistake there. Going into outside zone 3. Finishes off the run regardless, but I do believe his first qualifying score of an 86.3 will be enough. And judges not liking that one. And it will be a 0, yeah, a big moment of understeer there for the shake. Unfortunately puts a 0 on his second qualifying score. Let's hope that his first one, I'm pretty sure it will be enough to get him into the show later on this evening. We go back on the line to Mohamed Rama. Boss kitted Nissan Silvia PS13. And looks like he's ready for action, pulls up to the line. Our start line marshal stops him there in position. As our cones at outside zone 3 are reset and ready to go. And there we go, thumbs up, and he's sent off the line. 60 on the first run, and he's an improvement, a big improvement. Goes wide, straight line initiation, though straight on the handbrake. That might be the key to success here as he flicks that car back once across again. Catches understeer again. Another driver. Have we got something down on the circuit there, or is that just a lack of commitment from these guys? Well, I'm unsure. We'll find out, that's for sure. As he stands on the throttle for outside zone 5, looks for the final outside zone and across the line. And a 58.3 drops in, and I don't know if that is going to be enough, but we will find out. As we say, we move things along pretty fast here at the Emirates Drift Championship. Moyad Hamad warms tyres and gets himself to the line. So just talking to the judges there, the cut-off for the top 16 at the moment is a 78. So there we go, off through the line. Moyad now flicks in this supercharged Nissan Silvia S14.5, very nice commitment as he looks for outside zone 3, picks it up, big commitment, nice angle, but comes up a little shy on outside zone 4, puts the floor now for outside zone 5, good line, look at that right to the edge of the circuit, and flicks it back to outside zone 5 and across the line. And 82 drops in there for Moyad, big improvement. Just what he would have wanted, as the cut-off at the moment is a 78. So that's what we're looking for. Guys that are scoring under that at the moment, unfortunately won't see again in competition. We go back on the line to Daniel Maximov, who currently sits on the 32. So he's going to need a huge run here to get himself into the show. Nissan Silvia S15, we're getting through these drivers thick and fast now. Through the gears, big clutch kick to Daniel Maximov. He's going to come up a little shy, he certainly does. Didn't let that car wash, and that's going to be bleeding points already as the judges watch him go for outside zone 3, and it's a mistake again. It's full of mistakes here for Daniel Maximov. Just not the evening here at Yas Marina that Maximov would have wanted. Looks for the outside zone 6 and across the line, and it is not good. And it's a 57.7, sorry. So unfortunately for Daniel Maximov, won't be the weekend he would have hoped for as we go back on the line with Hussein Musulmani, the only man to score a 0 earlier on in the first bout of qualifying, and we did wonder if there was a problem with that Chevrolet Corvette as Musulmani pulls to the line ready for the second qualifying run. There we go, thumbs up, and he's off the line and through the gears. Oh, clips the cone through the chicane. Nevertheless, we'll let him get away with that one. Early initiation, that's caught him well up, and his cone's down in a 2, and he's already starting to bleed points. And it looks like, again, another driver falling foul. A difficult circuit here. All about that initiation. If you can't get it right, you're going to really fall foul. He goes super wide there, takes down more cones. As he gets outside zone 6 and across the line, it's going to be a very poor score. 56.7 dead there for Daniel Maximov. I've lost where I am. Hussein Musselmani, sorry. Right, here we go, back on the line to Mohamed El Mansouri. 87.3 on his first qualifying run. Came out the gate swinging, no messing around. This Silvia S15 looking real good underneath the lights here. Yas Marina held on to that top spot for quite a while until he was tipped by the next run by his good friend Haytham El Hadidi. Door slams shut, car slams into gear as our track marshals just put back, the cones taken down by Hussein Musselwani. Well, so there we go. Looks like cones are replaced and our marshals are just going to make their way back to their positions. And we'll be ready to send Al Mansouri off the line. Mohammed already secured himself a spot in the top 16 at the moment, as the cut-off still remains at a 78. But what can he do? Here on his second qualifying run, would love nothing more than to drop himself into first place. So marshals all reset and ready to go. And there we go, off the line, El Mansouri through the gears. Nissan Silvia S15, look at that big pull to the initiation, nice. As he gets it dialed in for outside zone 1 and 2. On the throttle nice and early now, looks to collect outside zone 3, gets the job done, fires that car back across. Oh, big angle transition for El Mansouri as he puts foot to floor. Look at that wheel on the white line for outside zone 5. This is fast as well. Final outside zone and across the line. Well, judges not liking it as much as me again. An 87 there from Mohamed El Mansouri, an 87. We head down to Haytham El Hadidi in this incredible Nissan Silvia S15 full carbon Kevlar car. Pulls up to the line, supercharged V8, the man from Oman. Held on to qualifying for quite a while until Nasser Al-Habali come along and took it with 1 point. What can he do right now? He knows what the score is to beat. That beautiful initiation. Look at this on inside zone 2. As Haytham El Hadidi now push that car right wide to outside zone 3. It's a very good line as the judges shake their heads up and down to say, yeah, this is what we're looking for. As Hadidi puts that car right to the edge of the circuit, the drone can barely hang with him as he accelerates away. Oh, that's a big score dropping in from our judges. A 93.7 for Haytham El Hadidi. And that is going to be an incredible score to beat, but these drivers are all heated and ready to rock and roll. Everybody wants the first place in qualifying here at the final round as we head down to the start line. Antonoli Sheherbag and that team Fresh X Racing Nissan 400Z. Absolutely incredible build, beautiful looking cars from the team Fresh X Racing. And Antonoli down there just warming up those front tyres, getting them scrubbed in and dialed, ready to rock and roll, and we'll get them to the line in a few moments' time. So Antonoli Sheherbag pulls to the line. 86.3 on that first qualifying run. What can he do right now? Nearly stalls it, that's for sure, as he pulls to the line. But there we go, gets a thumbs up from our start line marshal. That huge carbon fibre wing hangs off the back as he gets the signal to leave the line through the chicane, cones down. Big clutch kick for Sheherbag as he fires that car in on the handbrake. Big angle, does that mess up his line into 2? We'll find out as he goes for 3 and he comes up a little short maybe Fires that car back across the circuit again for 4. It's a beautiful line out the back end of the circuit as he now looks for outside zone 5, right to the edge of the circuit, flicks that car for outside zone 6 and across the line. An 81 drops in there. The judges not liking it as much. I think the big angle there coming through and maybe outside zone 3 being cause of some of those points bled. And some wobbling, judges saying not smooth, not what they were looking for. Big angle, flicking the car around. Here we go, back on the line though. Anthony Habib, an 84.3. He'll be looking to improve, that's for sure, as he slams through the gears. Anthony Habib, Infinity G37, very nice initiation, right to the edge of the circuit, picks up 1 and 2 beautifully. As Habib now fires that car through outside zone 3, looks for 4, and it's absolutely beautiful from Anthony Habib as he stands on the throttle, pro-charged. G37, final outside zone collected and across the line. So a 92.3 for Anthony Habib. What an incredible score. He'll be very happy with that, that's for sure. Second place in qualifying now as the scores start to fall around. And we see Hayden Al-Hadid still holding on to that top spot in 93.7. We go back down there to the start line. Should be Ali Shazwani, sorry. Ali Shazwani, yep, 85.7. Toyota Lexus IS300 or Tezza, depending on where in the world you are from. Looked like it was going to be a very promising run, but a few mistakes crept in for Shazwani as he pulls to the line now. So Shazwani off the line and through the gears. Kevlar IS300 slams into action, goes super wide though on inside 2, fires the car back across the circuit. Will it help him out as he goes for 3? It does, just kisses the rumble strip as the anti-lag fires, but the big transition stalls him up for outside zone 4. Back on the foot once again, he goes wide for 5, looks for that final outside zone down there at 6 and across the line. And so score drops in, it's going to be a 62 for Ali Shazwani. Just not the cleanest line that the judges were looking for, that's for sure. As we go back down there to the start line, it's going to be Adam DeBass, a man that would love to find himself into competition today. He needs to do more than a 66.7 if he's going to achieve the top 16 here at the final. We head down there to the start line. Beautiful Anarchy Drift Team Nissan Silvia S15, again another supercharged LS V8. Well, here we go, Adam DeBass fires that car in, nice initiation, very nice line for inner 2 as he fires that car back across, looks for outside zone 3, there's a very clean line dialed, as DeBass dials on the angle, he makes it work now, looks for outside zone 5 as Adam DeBass, oh, a little wobble there in outside zone 5, gets the transition back done, this a lot cleaner from the young man. An 80.7 drops in for Adam DeBass, and he might have just saved himself at the last moment, but will that score hold as we get through now the thick end of the championship? The higher qualifying drivers start to appear on the grid and scores start to bump up. Danny Neville sits on the line next, an 85.7, the Monster Energy driver in that carbon Kevlar Chevrolet Corvette. The Monster Energy driver slams that car into gear through the chicane, through the gears, nice clutch kick to initiation, big handbrake drag, but gets that car dialed in. It's a beautiful line so far. But Danny Neville, as he squeezes the throttle a bit heavy on the foot brake and sacrifices a little line into outside 3 and 4. And this is not going to be looking like it's better in his first qualifying run. A little wobble there as he goes for outside zone 5, transitions back, shallows up the angle as Danny Neville gets the job done. Yeah, and a 77 drops in there for Danny Neville, and not a cleaner run than an 85.7, that's for sure. So he'll be relying on that first qualifying run to get the job done this evening. Abu Falah up next, an 87, dead on the board for this young man, this carbon Kevlar Nissan Silvia S15. As Ehab pulls to the line, tests the hydro, slams the car into gear, no messing around, straight off and through the gears for Ehab Abu Falah as he puts that car right where it needs to be. Very beautiful initiation, picks up inner 2 as well. This is looking clean so far from this young man. Doesn't get the car too wide, keeps it tidy on the transition, but full throttle now, no messing around. Stands stands on it, locks the foot brake as he puts the car deep into outside zone 5. One transition coming up for outside zone 6 and across the line. 78.7, judges not liking it that much. So judges saying a lot of drivers dropping their wheel on outside zone 5 on the very easy to see. There's a white line, some green paint and another white line. So judges saying that it's very easy for them to be dropping a wheel over there, hence why some of these scores are coming a little lower than what we expect. I love all of them though. I just get excited about watching all of the drifting here. Robert Babagulian pulls to the line now at 89, Nissan 350Z. As he creeps through the chicane. You can see a pattern emerging now already on the circuit for the initiation. Nice line. Robert Babagulian, can he hold it together? He did a very good job on that first run. So close to getting himself up into the 90s as Babagulian now keeps it clean, dips that car on the foot brake, stands on the accelerator, back on the foot brake again, pushing the car right to the edge of the circuit. This is very clean from Robert Babagulian. Again, outside zone 6 and across the line. 89.7. Consistency is the key. Robert Babagulian looks like he's the man that's got this track dialed this weekend as we're now starting to get into a top 6 in the championship coming up. Samir Saber should be making his way to the line in that black BMW E46, and I can see him taking his way off track. So it looks like Samir maybe not going to make his second qualifying run. Well, we will find out and make that official from our judges. If there will be a 0, 74.3, so that would see him out of competition this evening here at the final round of the Emirates Drift Championship 2026 Yas Marina Abu Dhabi, as we see Ramzi Ahmed now warming up the tyres on the back end of that Nissan Silvia S14. And I do believe he is on the cut-off. So the cut-off at the moment is 78.7. Ramzi Ahmed sits with a 78.3. So Ramzi Ahmed, everything to play for. Can he get the job done and get himself into the show this evening as he pulls to the line? Locked and loaded, ready for action as Ramzi Ahmed gives the signal to leave the line. As the anti-lag fires from the back of the Nissan Silvia through the gears, big clutch kick. Fires that car right to the edge of the circuit. Nice so far from Ramzi Ahmed. He now opens up the throttle, looks for outside zone 3. On the foot brake, just balancing that car where it needs to be. Nice transition through 4. Ramzi Ahmed looks for outside zone 5, puts the wheel right to the edge of the circuit, but it is a wheel over, and that is how easy it is to bleed points. Outside zone 6 collected and across the line, and it is an improvement. An 83.7 gets himself into the show this evening. As we head forward to Mohammed Chiab, the man from the Pro Drift Academy. 88.7 on that first qualifying score. He sits on the line ready to do business. V8 LS powered Toyota GT86. So Mohammed Chiab waits for the signal from our start line marshal to leave the line. Looks like all cones are in place. Oh, and he's told to reverse up off the line. So unsure of what's happening here with Mohammed Chiab. Will he be allowed to rewarm tyres? So waiting to find out what's going on. Will Mohammed Chiab be asked to rewarm the tyres on the back of the car? We are waiting to find out what's going on. As we say, in the thick end of the championship now. Top 5 coming up. As you can see in the background there, Damir Idiatulin warming tyres on that Fresh X Racing Nissan 400Z. There we go. Damir Idiatulin pulls in front, so just a mix there between who is on the line, and it's meant to be Damir Idiatulin. Here we go though, Idiotulin fires in that 400Z, nice initiation. Good line through inside zone 2, stands on the throttle nice and early, out to outside zone 3. Demir Idiotulin is a man possessed. As you remember, mistake in that second qualifying run, opens up the throttle, Demir Idiotulin right to the edge of the circuit, looks for that final outside zone across the line. Well, so Idiotulin at the moment out of the show. What does he get himself into now? It will be an 89.7. So Idiotulin jumps up into the show. As now we go back to Mohamed Chiab. So Mohamed Chiab sits on the line, ready for his second qualifying run after almost leapfrogging Demir Idiotulin. And here we go, off the line, Mohamed Chiab, the Pro Drift Academy LS Power GT86, through the gears, through the first two zones, looking clean so far is Mohamed Chiab as he opens up the throttle, so controlled, so collected, as Chiab puts the wheel right to the white line. Can he find outside zone 5? Of course he can, as Chiab puts that car right where it needs to be. Good transition back from Chiab, and it's across the line. And the score drops in, it's going to be an 88 for Mohamed Chiab. Just 0.7 less than his first qualifying run, so once again super consistent for Mohamed Chiab. As we see in the background, Khalifa Al Falassi in that turbo V8 Nissan Silvia 180SX warming up the tyres, ready to fire down. The man in contention for the championship this season, sitting third place at the moment, pulls to the line, an 81.3. Khalifa Al Falassi sits on the line waiting for the signal to be sent for that second qualifying run. There we go, car slams into gear. Anti-lag fires from the bonnet as Falassi comes through the chicane, through the gears, big clutch kick, flicks that car right to the edge of the circuit. As Falassi, he washes wide for outside zone 2, gets himself back into it. Can he find 3? He has to handbrake. As Falassi goes wheels over the edge of the track, the pressure getting to the young man. As he now opens up the throttle once again, looks for the outside line, wheels over the edge again. It's messy from Falassi. He looks for 6 and it's job done, but it's not clean. And there we go. An 83 drops in for Khalifa Al Falassi. A slight improvement, but a messy second run from the young man. We know he comes live in those twin battles though, which we will see later on this evening. As we head down there to the start line, 2 drivers remain, Karim Hani and Nasser Al Habali. Karim Hani, the man, second step on the podium at round 3. Trying to see if he's down there on the start line. Can't quite see from this angle. Start line down there might be blocking where he is, and it looks like we're going to send Nasser Al Habali into the tyre warming area. So do we not have a Karim Hani for the second qualifying run, as Nasser Al Habali now starts to warm the tyres on the back of that carbon Kevlar Nissan 370Z V8 supercharged car. A 91 for Nasser Al Habali on his first qualifying score, but that has now been topped as Haytham Al Hadidi sits on the top of the stack with a 93.7. And we await to find out what's going on with Karim Hani as Nasser Al Habali pulls to the line. Could this be the final qualifying run of the evening? Will Karim Hani score a 0 on his second qualifying run and have to use that 89 to get himself into the show? Well, it looks like that's what it may be. We are going to jump ahead to Nasser Al Habali, the final run of qualifying coming up. Your championship leader sits on the line, ready to go for their second qualifying run. He'll want this, he'll want to top it, so expect fireworks from this young man from El Salvador. What can he do as he awaits the smoke to clear and the fun to go up from our start line marshal, the final run of qualifying. Car slams into gear, Nasser Al Habali leaves the line through the gears, big clutch kick, looks for the initiation, needs to go wide, and he does. As Nasser Al Habali, big understeer moment there, have to hold my breath for a second, gets himself back into it, looks for outside zone 3 and finds it, nice line to 4, He's going to collect 5, but this isn't going to be an improvement. I can't see it as he drops the wheel over the white line once again. Down for outside zone 6, locks the foot brake and across the line. And it isn't. The score drops in. It's going to be a 70.3 for Nasser Al Habali, and I do believe that that will be our final qualifying run of the evening here, ladies and gentlemen, for our final round of the Emirates Drift Championship 2026. Well, we're going to send some action out on circuit. Our good friend Hamani will be going round on 2 wheels. Unfortunately, I'm not going to jump in with him this time, which I'm going to miss out on. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly with more action here at the final round of the Emirates Drift Championship 2026 here at Yas Marina, Abu Dhabi. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is it, the main part of the show. The top 16 starts right here at the 2026 Emirates Drift Championship. The final, the big final here at Yas Marina Formula One circuit in Abu Dhabi. We are ready to kick off the action, and the first battle up, ladies and gentlemen, none other than your first place qualifier, Haytham Al Hadidi, to take on Moyad Hamad. This top 16 is going to be heated all the way through. Some very big battles coming up your way, and I am excited to get the action underway. I hope you are too. This is it. These guys now all come down to the wire. Only 3 steps on the podium left for the final time this year. And not only that, a championship up for grabs. Who will take it? Khalifa Al Falassi, Karim Hani or Nasser Al Habali sit on the sideline waiting to decide who will be the winner of the 2026 Emirates Drift Championship. And ladies and gentlemen, your top 16 kicks off right now. Haytham Al Hadidi to lead out Moyad Hamad off the line. Nice initiation from Haytham Al Hadidi. Your first place qualifier fires in that Red Bull Nissan Silvia S15, flicks it back across the track once again. Nice line for Haytham Al Hadidi. And look at this, Moyad fires that car off track. Oh, 2 wheels off the edge of the circuit and lost in a cloud of smoke. Well, what a way to kick off our first battle here in the top 16. Look at this lead line from Haytham Al Hadidi. Incredible stuff. Good action out front. A nice lead line, our first place qualifier, really throwing down. Look at this, right to the edge of the circuit. Moyad just got caught up in that smoke, puts the car off the edge of the track, can't see where he's going, and ends up putting himself 2 wheels off. So we get those guys back on the start line, are ready for the second run. We'll swap them around. Hadidi to give chase, Moyad Hamad to give the nice lead line that we're looking for, that 100-point qualifying lead line. And then we go back on the line that they are. Moyad pulls in to the chicane. You can see Haytham Al Hadidi back off that line, wanting to try and get more of a run in into that initiation to tuck up on the inside. And we are cones reset and ready to go. And there we go, thumbs up. Our start line marshal gives the signal. Our traffic light system down there. As soon as it drops into green, these guys are clear to send. Look at this, Hadidi already creeping through the start line, through the chicane. And we are clear to send cars. The second run of our first battle of our top 16 underway. Haytham Al Hadidi tucks up on the inside. Oh, and a big mistake there from Moyad as he gets the initiation wrong. Hadidi deals with it though, now gives him some room to manoeuvre. Hadidi going to be looking to make that move, and he does on outside zone 4 as he now pushes up on the inside, tries to get up onto the door, wheels over once again for Moyad as they fire down to that final outside zone to cross the line. So we take a look back at the replay and we wait for our judges to make their decision. We're going to pull those guys down in front of the start line, give them the decision, the arm drop, and as soon as we do that, you guys will find out who's making it through to the Great 8. Nice chase from Haytham, did everything he needed to. And I can confirm taking the win will be Haytham Al Hadidi, ladies and gentlemen. Haytham Al Hadidi will get the win and advance through to the Great 8. We move things along nice and quick here as we get back on the start line. It's going to be Mohammed Al Mansouri to take on Iyab Abu Falah. And there we go, arms drop down there at the side of the circuit as Haytham Al Hadidi gets the win and takes that carbon Kevlar Silvia S15 back to the paddock. Right on the line, as you can say, Iyab in the chase position. The lower qualifier sits Al Mansouri in the lead in that power horse Nissan Silvia S15. Al Mansouri qualifying in 8th place and Iyab qualifying in 9th. So not a lot separating these guys as they get the green light and they fire those cars off through the chicane, down through the gears. Mansouri flicks that S15 in, puts that car to angle. Iyab almost caught up on the inside but makes a nice transition back, big dive down onto the door for outside zone 3. Iyab looks for the transition back once again, but Al Mansouri is absolutely flying, keeps it clean, wheel right to the edge of the circuit, drives away from Iyab down at the outside zone and across the line. Look at this from Iyab, almost tucks up onto the inside, has to adjust to make sure he doesn't make contact and then puts the car where it needs to be. Al Mansouri, very nice job. That transition on that side of zone 4 is absolutely beautiful. He puts that S15 where it needs to be. And good line here, drives away from Ehab. So we wait for those guys to pull back to the line. You can see both of those drivers now making their way to the start line. You can see Al Mansouri pulling up into that lead position, knows what he needs to do, sits back off the line, and the lead car has to abide by the traffic light, has to go through that chicane, but the chase car can creep off the start line, but he has to fall in behind the rear bumper of the lead car on initiation. Can't impede the lead car either on initiation. So judges will be taking a look at all of these as we go through these battles to make sure there's no foul play, as Ehab now pulls into lead position. That carbon Kevlar S15 on the line. And they are told to look for the traffic light. Well, Ehab is at least. Will Mansouri creep? Or will he need that little bit of run up to try and dive down the inside? Here he goes, starts to creep already. Green light clean to go as we send cars off the line for the second battle of our top 16. Flicks through Mansouri and Ehab, nice job, but Mansouri gets it wrong. Wheels over the edge of the circuit, disposes of cones in the face of Al Mansouri. They both stay in it though and they fire through. Mansouri trying to stick with Ehab, but Ehab all over the show. Wheels over the edge of the track, flicks it to outside zone 5 and across the line. So look at this, nice initiation, just tips the cones but brings that car on the inside super quick. And you can see Al Mansouri there trying to get the job done but doesn't want to get too close. You can see those cones under the front end, the front bumper hanging down on that Kevlar S15. They go down to receive the decision from our start line marshal. So here we go, cars pull up and you can see our marshal there just taking a look, cones and bumper hanging down. And the decision drops in, there we go, Al Mansouri gets the win, advances through, and we unfortunately lose Ehab out of competition. And that'll be the end of the weekend for him as we move on to the next battle in our top 16, and it's going to be none other than Damir Idiatulin to take on Danny Neville. So Idiatulin sits in the lead position. That carbon Kevlar Nissan 400Z. Danny Neville, that carbon Kevlar Chevrolet Corvette, sits in the chase position, as you can see, just on the rear wheel. Idiatulin called forward. Danny Neville creeps forward to see if he can see that traffic light, waits for it to go amber, as you can see it right there on the right hand side of your screen. So there we go, off the line, through the gears. Danny Neville to chase down Damir Idiatulin. Idiatulin, nice initiation. Neville on the inside. Oh, tucks right up onto the door, almost tags Damir Idiatulin. Back at it once again. Danny Neville now falls back ever so slightly as Idiatulin opens up the throttle, squeezes that 400Z right to the edge of the track, but drops a wheel. Neville makes a dive again. The fire down, but the 400Z is up and gone. So we're going to look back at a replay. Look at this from Damir Idiatulin. Stands on the throttle in that carbon Kevlar Z, but look at this, wheel over the edge of the track, but drives away on the transition. You can see Danny Neville, middle of the circuit, has to make an early transition, trying to shortcut the track. But incredible dive from initiation from Danny Neville. As we get back to the line, swap them around, Idiatulin to chase him down now. Damir Idiatulin been doing an incredible job so far in the championship here at the Emirates Drift Championship. What can he do now in that chase position? Danny Neville Very nice lead line as he waits to stick that Monster Energy Carbon Kevlar Chevrolet Corvette on that perfect lead line for our judges. There we go, light goes green and we are clear to send cars. Idiot Tooling to chase down Neville as Neville comes through the gears. Nice clutch kick to initiation. Oh, Idiot Tooling goes wider though. But look at this from Neville. Puts that car where it needs to be. Cones down from both guys as they put the car in outside zone 3. Transition back. Idiot Tooling waiting to make a dive. Can he find the side of that Carbon Kevlar Corvette? He can as he squeezes up to the rear bumper. Dives down the inside. Wow, incredible job there from Demir Idiot Tooling as flames nick out the back of that carbon fibre 400Z. Look at this, the anti-lag popping and banging as he transitions back once again. Very good job there from Demir Idiot Tooling. A nice lead line from Danny Neville, but a little shy on some of those outside zones. Idiot Tooling there though makes a huge dive, jumps on the foot brake, and yet again more cones destroyed and disposed of here at the Emirates Drift Championship. But who will be the winner? Well, here we go. We wait to get the decision from our marshal. Who will it be? Who are the hands going to drop on? Do the judges have a decision? And they're right in front of me now. They're still debating it. As Demir Idiot Tooling jumps out of the car to receive the decision. And judges do have a decision. It drops in. Who's it going to be? As these two guys go over and say congrats to each other. And there we go, winner drops in. Demir Idiot Tooling gets the win and advances through to our Grade 8 as the next pair of drivers warm their tyres and prepare to do battle here in the top 16 of the 2026 Emirates Drift Championship. Robert Barriagulian to take on Ali Shazwani. Shazwani, the lower qualifier, sits on the line in that IS 300. As Robert Barriagulian in that Nissan Silvia S15 sits on the line. So here we go. Our start line marshal gives him the thumbs up. And we'll wait for the light to drop green once again. And off the line, through the gears. Look at this, Robert Barriagulian, very aggressive. But look at Shazwani straight onto the back bumper. Fires that car in big angle. Shazwani deals with it though. Look at this from Ali Shazwani as he looks down the inside of that Nissan Silvia. That's 350Z, sorry. Puts the car right where it needs to be. Robert Barriagulian right to the edge of the circuit. Looks for the transition and ground lost there from Ali Shazwani. Well, super aggression there in the chase. And Ali Shazwani as he puts that car right up in the business. But this transition catches him out. Look at this from Robert Barriagulian. Dials on the angle, full throttle, no messing around. Finds the edge of the circuit. And just a little bit of lost ground there from Ali Shazwani. Shortcuts the circuit, just can't find the door on the transition or across the finish line. So those guys make their way back to the line and we swap them around once again for the second half of this battle of our top 16. Almost halfway through our top 16 already. And spaces in the Grade 8 filling up. Who will it be to take a step in next? Will it be Ali Shazwani? Will it be Robert Barriagulian in that Nissan 350Z? Easily confused between this and the Nissan Silvia S15 of that team. Urban cars. And there we go, creeping off the line. Robert Barriagulian trying to get the job done. What can he do as they fire through? Ali Shazwani, straight line approach to that initiation. Good lead line so far. But look at Robert Barriagulian straight up onto the... Oh, contact outside zone 3. Car parts go flying. Big contact outside zone 3. And the door flies open on Ali Shazwani's car. Let's take a look back at the replay of this. As they leave the line through the gear. Straight line approach to initiation from Ali Shazwani. Puts that car there. A look at Robert Barriagulian, bring in the aggression, dives down the inside. Now, was that mistake from Shazwani? Angled up massively coming through that corner. Now, there isn't a zone there. It's just looking for the line. God, big contact there. Completely rotates the car. We go back again to a replay from the start line. Ali Shazwani flies that car down. Nice initiation, even though it was a straight line. Look at this, dials on the angle. I'm not sure if judge is going to deem Ali Shazwani a fault there, maybe. The angle, was he off throttle, was he on the brake? That's exactly what the judges are going to be looking at. So our judges just taking a look back at the replay over and over, just to make sure they make the right decision. So judges look like they do have a decision, and they're just looking at the screen now. So we're looking at Ali Shazwani in the lead. Watch the transition, handbrakes, off throttle, yeah. And from initiation, there is a decel at the initiation where drivers can use the handbrake. Now, it took me a few runs there to catch that. You guys probably caught it quicker at home, or you guys here in attendance. Drivers are down there, and the decision drops in. It looks like it will be Robert Babagulian that goes through to the Great 8 at rear wheel on the car, yeah. Ali Shazwani gets the win. I think the graphic is wrong there, ladies and gentlemen. So it is Robert Babagulian there in that Nissan 350Z that does get the win. The state of that rear wheel completely destroyed. Judges saying that Ali Shazwani at fault for that handbrake on transition. So it is full throttle the whole track from initiation. So there should be no braking. You know, they will let up a small bit of left foot braking here and there, but not a big handbrake pull in that point of the circuit. So there we go. So our graphic there, just wrong. It will be Robert Babagulian getting the win, advancing through to the Great 8. He'll be taking on Damir Idiatulin for a spot in the final 4. With our final Great 8 half filled at the moment. Haytham Al Hadidi will take on Al Mansouri. Damir Idiatulin to take on Robert Babagulian. We're going to move it along to the next battle of our top 16. Nasser Al Habali to take on Ramzi Ahmed. Now this one will be fireworks. These two guys done battle, and there we go. Our correct graphic drops on screen. So Nasser Al Habali pulls to the line. We wait for Ramzi Ahmed to pull up to do battle with him. As our track staff down there just make sure that all is good to send. You can see Nasser Al Habali in that carbon Kevlar Nissan 370Z Chevrolet V8 supercharged. Yeah, so there we go. Both guys to the warm tyres. Ramzi Ahmed makes his way to the tyre warming area. Can we see this one's going to be a big battle in our top 16. Nasser Al Habali currently leads the championship race, but Ramzi Ahmed has been on a flyer at most of these events. What can he do right here against Nasser Al Habali? Can he upset the championship at the final round? Well, we're about to find out. Karim Hani is going to need to go all the way, and so is Khalifa Al Falassi if they're going to steal the championship at the last moment. And this is a big battle for Nasser Al Habali in the top 16. Needs to get this one done and dusted, get the win and advance through if he wants to hold on to the 2026 Emirates Drift Championship. There we go, Habali pulls to the line. We wait at Ramzi Ahmed in that Nissan Silvia S14. 350Z versus S14. V8 supercharged versus 2JZ. This one going to be electric, ladies and gentlemen. They sit on the line and ready to do battle. A spot in the Great 8 awaits for one of these guys. They get the green light. Habali to lead Ramzi Ahmed to give chase. So look at this, already on the back bumper goes Ramzi Ahmed on the foot brake, but leaves it a little bit late to get back on full. Big dive from Ramzi Ahmed as he fires it up onto the side of that Kevlar 370Z. Nice from both guys as we see Harbali on that perfect lead line, puts that car right where it needs to be. They fire down, Ahmed on the door across the line. Look at this from Ramzi Ahmed, ladies and gentlemen, on the replay. Unbelievable stuff, makes the dives at the right moment, but given all those opportunities for a perfect chase run behind a really good lead. Look at this at the end though, dives down the inside before he crosses the line. Real good stuff there from Ramzi Ahmed. Nasser Al-Harbali, though, we know in that chase position can be absolutely deadly, so interesting to spin this one around and see how he gets on in that chase position as they make their way back to the start line. So Harbali in the background there making his way down to drop in to that chase position. As Ramzi Ahmed there pulls in to the lead in that 2JZ powered Nissan Silvia S14. Well, there we go, second half of the battle pulls into the grid. They both get their thumbs up and our Starline Marshal walks over to press the button on our traffic light system. And Harbali starts to creep off the line. It is green to go. Ramzi Ahmed leaves the line. Look at this, flicks it across, but look at the aggression already from Nasser Al-Harbali. Looks for the side, finds it, goes for the transition, and it's clean from both guys. As now Nasser Al-Harbali loses some ground to Ramzi Ahmed. Can he make a dive into outside zone 5 as Ramzi Ahmed starts to drive away from Nasser Al-Harbali onto the bumper. Goes Harbali and onto the back bumper again. Wow, beautiful scenes here at the Emirates Drift Championship final round. These guys are pushing 110%. Nasser Al-Harbali so calculated in that chase. Waited for outside zone 5, then made a dive, pushed down onto the back bumper, then on the transition, bam, back on the back bumper again. Very good stuff. Well, here we go. Drivers make their way down to our start line marshal to see who gets the win and advances through. And who will the hands drop on, ladies and gentlemen? Who will take it through? There we go. Ramzi Ahmed gets the win. And Ramzi Ahmed gets the win and advances through. And now, does that open up the championship as Nasser Al-Harbali drives away knowing that there was more in it? He could have made more of an impact, but we keep the action flowing. We're back on the line. It's going to be Kareem Hani to take on Sheikh Hamdan Al Nahyan. Now Kareem Hani needs to get the job done here and advance through into the Grade 8 to come one step closer to potentially taking the championship. He's called forward on the line by our start line marshal. And both guys wait to get the thumbs up. So our start line marshal gives the all clear to send cars as the smoke begins to clear inside the stadium. Kareem Hani in that lead position. That BMW E46 2JZ comes off the line. What can Hamdan do? Leaves him some room for the initiation, then fires in. Hamdan falls onto the back bumper, goes for the transition, keeps it clean. Kareem Hani with that very nice lead line, a transition back from both guys. Look at this from Hamdan though, now finds the side of Kareem Hani, flicks on the angle, dives down the inside. Hamdan not messing around but makes the transition late and gets the job done wrong. Wow, some real nice chase driving there from Hamdan right until that point where he dialed on the angle, got himself caught up a little bit, made the transition too late and just couldn't get the transition back down onto the door. Kareem Hani on the other hand doing a clean job out front in that lead position putting that car where it needs to be. Looking good for Kareem Harney this evening here at the final round. Very nice initiation, full throttle, no messing around. A little check up there though as he comes through that corner. The judges will be taking a look at that. As I say, full throttle track from initiation all the way to the final, to the finish line, sorry, which is right about there. So we can see Hamdan down there on the line in that S15, waiting to pull up to the start line. No Kareem Harney yet. And we may have a 5-minute rule coming into play. So there we go, our start line marshal telling Hamdan, looks like we do have a 5-minute rule for Kareem Harney into play. So Hamdan will be asked to go to the back of the grid and wait for Kareem Harney to come back out, and we're going to move things along to our next battle, which should be Mohamed Chiab to take on Antonelli Shaherbak. Well, we'll wait to get the next battle warmed up, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to move forward in competition as we take a look back at a replay. Unsure what happened to Kareem Harney, why he didn't make it back to the line. Maybe an issue with that car. Looked all fine though. And Hamdan dials on the angle there, flicks the car aggressively. Well, look at this, gets himself caught up on the inside and then transitions too early and just can't put that car down the inside once again. So it looks like Kareem Harney down there warming tyres on the back of that BMW again. Not sure what the issue was with that car, but Kareem Harney down there warms tyres, ready to go for the second half of the battle. So Kareem Harney pulls into the chase position. Hamdan will pull into the lead in that V8 supercharged Nissan Silvia S15. Well, both guys on the line are ready to do battle. So there we go, both guys on the line. Our track was checked by our marshals to make sure it was all safe and clear and ready to send cars. And our start line marshal goes over and presses the button on our traffic light system. You can see it there. Kareem Harney to chase down Hamdan And then in that S15, they're off the line and through the gears. Good straight line initiation from Hamdan, trying to drive away from Karim Hani. Karim Hani goes for the dive back down, but it's wide from Hamdan as he puts that S15 to that wide line. Now looks for outside zone 5. Karim Hani takes the opportunity, dives up onto the door, looks for the back bumper. That S15 tucks up onto the inside and down across the line. So we go back for the replay. Very fast initiation. And down on the inside of Hamdan, dropping wheels over the edge of the circuit. You can see there, Karim Hani keeps it clean, keeps himself out of trouble there, dives up on the inside. You can see big clutch kicks in that BMW 46. Puts the car down the inside again, right across the line. Incredible driving from Karim Hani. Will he get the win? Will he advance through into that Grade A? One step ahead of where Nasser Al-Habali got. And championship points now really in contention. If Karim Hani, I believe, can get on the podium, he will take the championship, but we'll find that out at the end of this evening at the championship podium. Hands drop, Karim Hani gets the win and advances through into the Grade 8. And then face off against his good friend Ramzi Ahmed. That one going to be absolute electric in the Grade 8 later on. We go back on the line to another heavy hitting battle. It's going to be Mohamed Chiab, Anatoly Shaherbak, and that Carbon Kevlar Fresh X Racing 400Z. You can see Anatoly down there warming up the tyres on that incredible Fresh X carbon fibre 400Z. But I'll take nothing away from this man on the line. LS powered Toyota GT86, Mohamed Chiab from the Pro Drift Academy. A man deadly in the lead and the chase, and this weekend will be gunning for a spot on the podium as he's requested to pull forward. The higher qualifier sits in lead position as Anatoly now warms the tyres. That one last little burnout before he pulls up to chase him down. Well, here we go, our start line marshal ready to send cars. We wait to see Mohamed Chiab creep off that line. There we go, fires off the line. Toyota GT86 versus a Nissan 400Z. Nice initiation from Mohamed Chiab, back on the throttle nice and early. And look at this, that's GT86. Oh, look at that from Anatoly. Fires it across the track, wheels off circuit, dives up the inside, contact. Sparks erupt from both cars as Anatoly shuts it down and gets himself back into it. Mohamed Chiab unfazed by the hit across the line. Wow, watch this, incredible stuff, but look at that from Anatoly, boom, straight across the inside, shortcuts the circuit. Mohamed Chiab giving him the opportunity, then bam, big contact, sparks from both cars as Mohamed Chiab stays planted on the throttle. Anatoly tries to tuck himself back up on the inside, but contact on outside zone 4. Judges take a look back at that on the replay. Was there a moment of braking from Mohamed Chiab? That's what the judges are going to be looking for as they fire through. Full throttle here from Mohamed Chiab. A little lift, ever so slightly, takes him a while to get back on throttle, but maybe that was because of the impact. So our start line marshal down there just doing some bodywork repairs to Mohamed Chiab's GT86. Judges just take a look back at the replay once again while we have a couple of minutes to get that bodywork fixed on Mohamed's car. Was he off throttle? Was he off throttle braking? That's what they're going to be looking at. So this one's going to be a tough one for the judges to judge. As we can see, that contact really throwing some spanners in the work here in the final round of the Emirates Drift Championship 2026. was big contact. So we will know who is at fault if a competition timeout is handed to one of these drivers. As we can see, the side of that car taking a big hit. Oh, look at the sill on that car, completely smushed. Mohamed Chiab just points down and says, yeah, look at that. Taking some damage here at the Emirates Drift Championship 2026. And he gets his thumbs up, and I think he's been told he can go back to the paddock to remove that piece of bodywork. And he says, you can have that bit back, I don't need that bit either. So there we go, you can see Anatoly there backing up off the start line, and judges rewarding Mohamed Chiab a competition timeout, saying that fault was caused by the chase car. The shortcut of the circuit through after inside zone 2 really gave Anatoly some momentum to jump up on the door outside zone 4. And judges said, yeah, look, you could argue all day, was Mohamed ever so slightly lifted off throttle? You can't really tell because of the contact. He did lift off throttle after the contact, but up until that point he was on full throttle and he was on the right qualifying line. So judges rewarding Mohamed Chiab a 10-minute competition timeout to get that car repaired and back on the line for the second run of that battle. And I think we may jump forward to our final battle of our top 16 before we go to that second half of the run, and it's going to be Anthony Habib to take on Khalifa Al Falassi. Anthony Habib in the Infiniti G37 Pro Charged VQ35 with some nitrous thrown on top for a little bit of spice. 700 horsepower now from that VQ35 underneath the bonnet, and Khalifa Al Falassi that V8 turbo 180 SX. So both cars jump into the tyre warming area and warm their tyres ready for their battle in the top 16. So Anthony Habib pulls to the line into the lead position, the high qualifier. Khalifa Al Falassi wanting to get the job done here. Another driver who'll be trying to push real hard now in the top 16 to make it a few steps forward. Can he get himself higher in that championship? Can he end up winning the 2026 Emirates Drift Championship at the last moment of the final hurdle? We will find out. So both guys on the line are ready for action, and we await our start line marshal and our crew to get the all clear to send these cars. And then we will activate our traffic light. And here we go. Our start line marshal has pressed our traffic light button. As soon as it drops green, Anthony Habib will get the signal to leave in that lead position. That purple G37 Infiniti comes off the line. Falassi not giving him an inch though, not giving him any room. Oh, and Anthony Habib shuts the car down. Can't initiate the car. and we will find out what's happened there for Anthony Habib, as it now takes Khalifa Falassi a moment to get himself into it. As you can see there, Anthony Habib pulls the car off the circuit, just giving him the room to manoeuvre. Look at this. Comes off the line, looks like the car just doesn't respond whatsoever, no power. And we'll find out what's happening to that car. Will he call a 5-minute competition timeout? So we await to see what the situation is down there trackside. Will Anthony Habib get that car back onto the line, or will he retire the car? We'll find out. As you can see in the background there, we do have Mohamed Chiab and Anatoly down there ready to rock and roll. Well, it looks like Anthony Habib is going to pull to the line. Yeah, and he does pull up into that chase position. So wonder what could be wrong with that car. Well, it seems unfazed, purges the nitrous on the line. And visually frustrated is Anthony Habib. Well, here we go. Khalifa Falassi sits on the line, ready to lead them out, and this one all hangs in the balance. Can Anthony Habib get that car up and going? Looks like he's got the power this time as Khalifa Falassi fires in. So does Anthony Habib. Oh, and he catches massive amounts of understeer, and it's all going wrong for Anthony Habib this weekend here at the final round. Khalifa Falassi looks like he's got this one done and dusted and in the bag as he puts the car right where it needs to be. Doesn't risk anything, just drives the track and gets the job done. So an easy one for our judges there. And it looks like Khalifa Falassi will get the win and advance through. A Pro-Charged Nitrous VQ powered Infiniti G37 this weekend, just not being able to get it done. And there we go, it is confirmed. Khalifa Falassi one step forward in competition. It looks like he won't meet Karim Hani until the final four if they both get that far in competition. Smiles all round for the young man from the Pro Drift Academy in A1 ESX as we go back to revisit the second half of the run between Mohamed Chiab and Anatoly Shabak. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, Anatoly deemed at fault for the contact with Mohamed Chiab in the first half of the run. So we'll see how this plays out in the second half. Well, there we go. Looks like we've got thumbs up all round on our start line button pressed, and Anatoly to lead the line, that 400T through the gears. Mohamed Chiab, will he keep it clean or will he make the brave dive? He goes for a nice initiation, keeps it clean. Good transition back from Mohamed Chiab, but does keep it clean, keeps his distance, transitions back but falls up on the inside. Needs to keep it a little cleaner than this, that's for sure. As Anatoly goes right to the edge of the circuit, looks for that final outside zone and across the line. Back of the replay. Nice aggression there from Mohamed Chiab on initiation and through that second inside zone, but then loses some ground. Look at this, jumps into the foot brake heavily. Does manage to find some proximity, but gets himself in the smoke, and Anatoly drives away from him. But after that first half of the battle, this could swing in the favour of Mohamed Chiab, but we are yet to find out. As I said before, I'm watching this just like you guys here in attendance, and for you guys at home on YouTube. I'm watching this as a fan, and I have no opinion of what the judges decide. I'm not one of the judges. The judges this weekend, and I have been all season here in the Emirates Drift Championship, Kieran Hines, Vernon Sonnenfeld and Asim. Well, here we go. Wait to see who gets the win and fills the final spot in our Grade 8. Will it be Mohamed Chiab? Will it be Anatoly? And who are the hands going to drop on? Here we go. It's going to be Mohamed Chiab, ladies and gentlemen. Chiab gets the win. Advance through to our Grade 8, and that is it. Our Grade 8 sold. It's going to be Haytham Al Hadidi to take on Mohamed Al Mansouri, Damir Idiatulin to take on Robert Babagulian, Ramzi Ahmed to take on Kareem Hani, Mohamed Chiab to take on Khalifa Al Falassi. The Grade 8 is getting stacked. It's getting hot and heavy. In a few moments' time, we'll kick off our Grade 8 here at the final of the Emirates Drift Championship 2026.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are back on the line with cars, warming tyres, and we are ready to kick off our Grade 8 here at the final round of the Emirates Drift Championship 2026. The first battle up is going to be Haytham Al Hadidi to take on Mohamed Al Mansouri. And things are going to be getting interesting now real quick. Haytham Al Hadidi, a wild card here, jumps into the third round, the final round of the championship. And you can see that carbon Kevlar Sylvia S15 supercharged V8, ripping tyres and ready to battle our highest qualifier so far, looking rock steady in lead and in chase. But what can he do now as the competition starts to heat up? So two drivers who know each other very, very well from competing in the UAE for multiple years. Haytham Al Hadidi will pull into that lead position. And there is Mohammed Al Mansouri in chase. Two S15s. Two very similar driving styles, two very good qualifying runs. But what can they do right now where it counts in the Grade 8? Start light goes green. It will be Haytham Al Hadidi to lead out Al Mansouri as they slam through the gears and fire the cars in. Oh, look at that, just tips the cone over. The precision from Haytham Al Hadidi is incredible, but look at the proximity. Got it up on the inside, but then lost it massively. Almost straight lines, dives down the inside of the circuit as Haytham Al Hadidi leads him through outside zone 5. He looks for that final outside zone, but there's no catching him as he gets it across the line. Big mistake here from Al Mansouri. Look at this, watch this on the transition. Tucks the car up on angle. Can't get it dialed back in quick enough. Stalls the car up and then plays catch up through the rest of the run. And the lead line from Haytham Al Hadidi is absolutely incredible as he fires down. Look at that final outside zone and across the line. Well, both guys make their way back down towards the start line. We're going to swap them around. And, you know, both these guys have an incredible lead. What can Haytham Al Hadidi do in the chase position as they head on over to the start line? Well, here we go, no messing around. Both these guys back on the line, back into position. And Haytham Al Hadidi will be looking to hunt down the door of Al Mansouri's S15. They sit on the line, are waiting for the green light to give Al Mansouri the sign to go through that chicane down to initiation. There we go, cars leave the line. Al Mansouri absolutely up and gone as tyres get smoked off the line for Haytham Al Hadidi. He dives and contacts, pushes Al Mansouri into inside zone 2, and Al Mansouri up and gone. Haytham Al Hadidi has to put the car into a spin. Now this one is going to be another judging call here on initiation as Mansouri gets the job done and across the line. So we look for the replay of the beginning of the run. And things are getting interesting right here. Look at this. So off the line, Haytham Al Hadidi smokes the tyres. Good initiation. That's a tough one for the judges. Looked like to me Al Mansouri not on throttle maybe early enough, or what the judges were looking for. The initiation really snappy and quick in diesel just before outside zone 1. That line there denotes the scoring zone. He does get it sideways there, but did he get on throttle early enough? That is what the judges are going to be looking for. This one's going to be interesting for the judges. Oh, and look at the door of Mansouri's S15. Absolutely smashed to bits, and even Haytham Al Hadidi out there trying to help him get out of the car. There we go. We get that door open. He does get out of the car. He smiles all round and hugs all round. These guys, good friends, fierce competitors out on the circuit though. And Al Mansouri, well, he'll want the win. We'll see how this one plays out in the eyes of the judges as they still deliberate in this. So judges still deliberating this one, taking a look back as we can see both cars down there on the grid with our start line marshal. Looks like we're going to get another replay from the start line. Al Mansouri off through the gears, flicks the car. I don't know if Mansouri's on throttle early enough for the judges, and that's just my opinion. And as I said before, I am just a mere commentator and look at this as a drift fan as much as anything else. Just try and bring you all of the information that I can see. That you probably have your own opinion sat at home of who you think's at fault. I think maybe Al Mansouri to be at fault here for not being on throttle early enough. So we wait to get the decision from the judges as we still look at replay. One, two. There we go. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, my mic dropped out for a second there. I hope you've got me back loud and clear. And I feel like the lead car not on throttle nice and early. That's where my opinion lies, but like I say, I am just a mere commentator and I'm just giving you my opinion. You've probably all got your own opinion. When you take a look back at the replay, you can see it. Looks like he checks up, doesn't get on throttle nice and early, and that causes Haytham Al Hadidi to give him contact. So, looks like the score's dropping in from our judges, and we wait for the hands to drop. Who's it going to be going through to the final four? There we go. Haytham Al Hadidi gets the win, and Al Mansouri, yeah, correct, not on throttle after initiation, causing the win, causing the loss, and Haytham Al Hadidi getting the win, advancing through. See, my opinion, I've seen a bit of drifting over the years. I kind of know what I'm talking about, and judges agreeing, saying, "Yep, you're right. Your opinion was right." Haytham had nowhere to go, and unfortunately had to hit Al Mansouri. So there we go. Haytham Al Hadidi, first driver in to our final four. We're going to move it along. Here at the final round, Damir Idiatulin to take on Robert Babagulian. Robert Babagulian, the higher qualifier. 4th and 5th place qualifiers now sit. Well, we have one guy on the line. Where is Damir Idiatulin? So we see Robert Babagulian leaving the start line. Now, I wonder if we have Damir Idiatulin on a 5-minute call. So it looks like we're going to jump forward to our next battle. It looks like we have Damir Idiatulin, ladies and gentlemen, on a 5-minute call. We're going to move on to Ramzi Ahmed to take on Karim Hani. So Karim Hani warms the tyres on that 2JZ powered BMW 46. As we see Ramzi Ahmed. So we have a camera down off of Karim Hani's car. I wondered what it was. And Karim Hani now going to finish up warming the tyres. Our marshal down there just stopping him from running over his own GoPro. And Ramzi Ahmed pulls to the line into that chase position, another qualifier. So here we go, back on the line. Karim Hani pulls up to lead out Ramzi Ahmed. This one could be fireworks. Two guys that have done battle already this season so far in Liwa at round one, and they went head to head. A tough battle between both of these drivers, but what do we see now? The light goes green. Karim Hani leads the line. That 2JZ BMW 46, 2JZ S14. Oh, and it's a straight line initiation. What has happened to Ramzi Ahmed? He can't get himself into the fight as Karim Hani absolutely up and gone. And Ramzi Ahmed shuts the car down and drives the track as Karim Hani fulfills the lead goal and drives away. Wow, so there we go, upset already at the final round of the championship. Ramzi Ahmed now, will he call a 5-minute rule? Will that car be good to go again? We wait to see if he can make it back to the start line. Could it be a 5-minute competition timeout for Ramzi Ahmed to get that car fixed? Karim Hani did everything he needed to do, fulfilled that lead line. As we see Karim Hani now pulling back up. Yeah, there we go, looks like Ramzi Ahmed might call a competition timeout or may bow out competition. So our start line marshal down there, not only a start line marshal but cameraman, camera fix. So we're going to wait to see what the information is coming down there from the back end of the grid as Karim Hani just chills out in that BMW E46, arm out the window, visor down. So looks like we do have Ramzi Ahmed maybe calling a 5-minute rule. We'll get back to you on information of that one. So we'll just try and catch up with our judges real quick to find out what is going on, if Ramzi Ahmed will make it back to the line for the second half of the run, or if it will be bowing out of competition. So information from the back end of the paddock, ladies and gentlemen. I can confirm that Ramzi Ahmed has called a 5-minute rule. So we're going to go back to the battle between Damir Idiotulin and Robert Babagulian. We had Damir Idiotulin on a 5-minute rule before we could get that battle underway. We did see Robert pull to the line and then was told to wait in the background as Damir Idiotulin had to have that car checked over. And then we're going to go back to it right now. So Robert Babagulian, Nissan 350Z, warms up the tyres, gets ready to lead out Damir Idiotulin. 4th and 5th place qualifiers pull to the line. And hopefully we can get a clean battle between some of these guys in a minute. It's been nothing short of fireworks so far here at the final round. A lot of cars put to the test. 4 tough rounds of competition here at the Emirates Drift Championship, all to be decided tonight under the lights at Yas Marina Circuit, Abu Dhabi. Well, both cars on the line. Robert Babagulian to lead out Damir Idiotulin for a spot in the final 4 awaits. Who will face Haytham Al Hadidi for a spot in the final? We're about to find out. No anti-lag fires from Damir Idiotulin's 400Z as they fire through the gears. It's 350 versus 400. Look at this incredible stuff. The Robert Babagulian shortcuts the circuit, takes down the cones. There's no shaking Damir Idiotulin though as he transitions behind him. Babagulian, nice line through 4 into 5 as now Damir Idiotulin starts to trust Robert Babagulian. He looks down the inside onto the back bumper and across the line. Well, a shaky start there to the run there from Robert Babagulian as he gets that initiation a little early. Flips those cones on the inside too. Rest of the run looking good for Robert Babagulian. There's no shaking Damir Idiotulin though as he puts that 400Z right onto the back bumper. back on the line we go. Robert Babagulian now to chase down Demir Tulin. And they are clear to send cars as we wave the green light. Looks like Demir Tulin has that car turned up to 100, but what can Robert Babagulian do in the chase? Will he risk it all and try and put that car on the door? No, there was mistakes in the first half of the run. They're off through the gears, slamming into initiation. And look at this from Demir Tulin. Gets the job done, but Robert Babagulian is banging doors already at the 400Z as they get into outside zone 3. It's a good transition back, and Demir Tulin is a man possessed. He opens the throttle and drives away from Robert Babagulian, even shortcutting the circuit. He can't find the back bumper. Wow, what a run there out front from Demir Tulin with the aggression on inside 2 and outside 3 from Robert Babagulian was incredible. There can only be one winner. Who will take you through? Demir Tulin looking real strong once again this weekend here at the final round. He'll want another step on the podium as both guys roll up to receive the decision from our judges. Well, who are the hands going to drop in favour of? Will it be Robert? Will it be Demir? Someone has to take it through to the final 4 to face off against Haytham Al-Hadidi. The judges deliberating this one, having a good chat about it, a good talk. Well, judges still deliberating, no decision in yet. And we're going to see what it's going to be as the decision's in. It's going to be a one more time, ladies and gentlemen, a one more time between these two guys. And Demir and Robert go at it again. And one more time, judges can't split them. Mistakes from both drivers. They're going to have to get it done again in another battle. We're going to move things back to the action between Ramzi Ahmed and Karim Hani. Ramzi Ahmed requesting that 5-minute rule after that car. Couldn't get it done in the chase position. Well, hopefully it's ready to rock and roll because he now has to lead out Karim Hani. The second half of the battle between these two guys in the Grade 8, and only one person into the final 4 so far, and that is Haytham Al-Hadidi. Well, here we go, off the line. Ramzi Ahmed to lead him out. Looks like that car working 110% now as he flicks it in, but Karim Hani knows he doesn't have to go too hard. He just needs to put in a chase run. Nothing too extreme from Karim Hani there, keeping it clean as Karim stays with Ramzi Ahmed. Transitions down the inside, and an easy job done there for Karim Hani. Yeah, look at this from Karim Hani, good technical driving, not going too far, just pushing it where it needed to be. Didn't take too much of a bite out the side of that S14, just swayed it into the judges. And yeah, decisions in, and an easy one for the judges. Karim Hani, ladies and gentlemen, takes the win, advances through to the final 4. Hands drop in front of Karim Hani. He gets the win. Another step closer to a real good job this weekend and another good result as both these guys show their appreciation for each other. Karim Hani jumps back in the car. He'll be back to the paddock, refresh, reset and get ready for a battle in the final 4. But who will he be battling? That is the question. Will it be Mohamed Chiab or will it be Khalifa Al-Falassi? Teammates from the Pro Drift Academy camp. Both cars warmed tyres. And you can see them down there. getting ready to go head to head. Khalifa Al Falassi, the man that was taught and shown the ropes by Mohamed Chiab, now will the teacher full foul to the student, or will the student be able to take down his leader? We're about to find out. Both cars ready to rock and roll. Khalifa Al Falassi sits on the line, that Pro Drift Academy V8 Turbo 180SX. Well, Mohamed Chiab pulls up into the lead position, the higher qualifier. Sits on the line, ready to rock and roll. They wait for the green light. Flames erupt from the bonnet with Khalifa Al Falassi's 180SX, and through the gears they go. Nice initiation from Mohamed Chiab. Opens the throttle. It's a beautiful lead already from Mohamed Chiab. Such a clean line, but here comes Khalifa Al Falassi. Lets that car wash up onto the door. Can he stick with the leader? Can he stick with his teacher? His mentor fires through, looks for outside zone 5 and across the line. A beautiful lead line there for Mohamed Chiab. As you can see, Khalifa Al Falassi just not being able to hang with Mohamed Chiab, and there, that long pull down for the finish line. Khalifa Al Falassi just having to back out of it, just cannot hang with him, and Mohamed Chiab looking strong out front, the higher qualifier. Getting the job done so far. Well, I'm going to swap them around, find out how this one goes down. So Chiab to chase down Falassi. Both guys start creeping already. Falassi gets the green light. He's gone through the chicane, down through the gears. The anti-lag erupts as Chiab sits with him, stays with him, takes an odd initiation, but it works for Mohamed Chiab. Tucks the car up on the inside. No messing around for Mohamed Chiab as he fires through the inside once again. But it's a beautiful lead line from Khalifa Al Falassi as now he starts to put some distance between himself and Mohamed Chiab. Can Chiab get down the inside? He can't. It's side by side. These are a mirror image run of run by run for both of these guys as Mohamed Chiab does everything he needs to, takes all the aggression through inside 2 and outside zone 3, but just then gets lost on this long pull at outside zone 5. Khalifa Al Falassi hammers the throttle down, drives away from him on outside zone 6. Well, there we go. Both drivers pull up to the line to receive the decision. Which one will go? There we go. Mohamed Chiab gets the win, advances through into the final 4 to face off against Karim Hani. And we have one more time battle to go before we kick off our final 4 battles, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we just wait for both of the next drivers to put up to the line. It is the one more time battle, as I say, between Damir Idiatulin and Robert Babagulian. As soon as we see those guys pull out onto the circuit, there'll be tyres warmed and straight to the line to fill up the final spot in our final 4. Haytham Al Hadidi will face off against either Damir Idiatulin or Robert Babagulian. That will be decided in a few moments' time. And it will be Karim Hani versus Mohamed Chiab for a spot in the final. One of those guys will make it through to the podium. Karim Hani on an absolute flyer so far, Can he get the job done this weekend? We'll find out in a few moments' time, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere, because in just a few moments' time there'll be action back again here at Yas Marina for the final round of the 2026 Championship. One, two, three. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are back and ready to rock and roll. This is the one more time battle between Damir Idiotulin and Robert Babagulian. As you can see, cars down on the circuit, warming tyres. And we're getting through the action as fast as we physically can here in the final round, the Emirates Drift Championship 2026, presented by TFM Motorsport and fueled by Monster Energy. A massive thank you to all of our partners that made the 2026 Championship possible. Thank you to all of our staff, all of you guys that watched along online and joined us at every event that you possibly could have. Without you guys, none of it would be possible. And we're almost ready to wrap up this season and wrap up our championship here under the lights at Yas Marina Formula One circuit in Abu Dhabi. And both these guys now pull to the line. Damir Idiotulin in chase position, Robert Babagulian to lead them out. They get the thumbs up and our start line marshal hits the button and we are good to send cars. Our drone takes off the line, and so does our cars as they flick through. Robert Babagulian goes for a wild initiation, but so does Damir Idiotulin. He takes down the cones, goes on the inside, looks for it, as Robert Babagulian leads him nice and wide to outside zone 3. Through 4 is a very nice lead line once again from Robert Babagulian, but look at this from Damir Idiotulin. There's no shaking him as he's on the back bumper. Wow, incredible stuff there from Damir Idiotulin. Knew what he needed to do. Jumped the curb though on inside zone 2. Just didn't leave enough room, but wanted to keep in the sights and keep a hold of the grip on the side of that 350Z of Robert Babagulian. As Robert put that car where it needed to be. Look at this from Damir Idiotulin. Puts the car down the inside, takes a cheeky dive, but makes it pay off. And Damir Idiotulin once again looking strong here at the Emirates Drift Championship. These guys pull back to the line. And Robert Babagulian pulls up into chase position. You can see that, just a quick scrub of the tyres from Damir Idiotulin. And what will he do in the lead position? Looks like Damir Idiotulin is in business mode right now, no messing around. Looks like he wants to get the job done and get himself into that final 4. Well, He sits on the line in the lead position. Robert Babagulian, we know, will bring the heat in the chase position. We are clear to send cars for the final battle in our Grade 8. This one has to be decided. And off the line, through the gears, Demir Idiatulin to lead out Robert Babagulian. As Demir Idiatulin, nice initiation, very fast. Right there with him is Robert Babagulian, though. Down the inside goes the 350Z. A little struggle, a little swivel, a little squabble from the 350Z. He just can't hang at the moment. Now dives back onto the side of the 400Z as they fire on the inside. Robert Babagulian, big mistake though. We take a look back at the replay, big aggression, but watch this, Robert there makes a mistake, transitions way earlier and finds himself on the inside on the foot brake, has to stall up, dives again, but then watch this on the final outside zone. Look at Robert, boom, straight before the finish line, and I think that could be the nail in the coffin there for Robert Babagulian. Some mistakes creeping in. Can Demir Idiatulin get the job done, advance through to the final four? I think he has done it in my opinion. Smoke under the bonnet though with that 400Z. Could he be in trouble here? And there we go, hands drop for Demir Idiatulin. Look at the front of that 400Z, absolutely battered. As he smiles, thumbs up, gives the heart symbol and drives away Demir Idiatulin through to the final four. So there we go, our great final four, finalised. It will be Haytham Al-Hadidi to take on Demir Idiatulin, Karim Hani to take on Mohammed Chiab. A spot in the final awaits for two of those guys and a third and fourth place for the other two. So, ladies and gentlemen, looks like we have got cars moving on circuit down there at the back end. We're going to find out who it will be, what battle we will run first. Obviously, we will need to wait for Demir to get their car prepped. Hopefully, that smoke from underneath the bonnet isn't too much to worry about, and it is just, again, a little warm out there under the heat of the Arabian desert. And what will we see up on the line first? Will we jump to the Karim Hani Mohammed Chiab battle to decide that half of the bracket? Well, we will find out in a few moments' time. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. As soon as we see cars down there on the back end of the grid, we will be back with action here for the final round of the Emirates Drift Championship 2026. As we say, presented by TFA Motorsport and fueled by Monster Energy. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like we're going to jump forward to our Karim Hani and Mohammed Chiab battle. This one hotly contested. Can Karim Hani find himself back up onto the podium again? Can he get another second place? as Karim Hani pulls to the line. He wants this one, he's hungry for it. The championship hangs in the battle. I am not sure how we are sitting right now with points. Is Karim Hani now leading the 2026 Emirates Drift Championship? Well, we will find out when we do that podium at the end of the evening, as we see Mohamed Chiab in that LS Power Toyota GT86 pull to the line. The drone takes off and the cars take off too, through the gears, up into initiation. Karim Hani to lead out Mohamed Chiab. Karim Hani gets this one absolutely dialed, but look at Mohamed Chiab. He knows he can't let Karim Hani get away. Dives through the smoke as Karim Hani gives him a perfect lead line. Mohamed Chiab though with him, up onto the front wheel, onto the rear bumper, goes for the transition back as Karim Hani pulls away. Well, incredible lead line there for Karim Hani. The pace of that BMW 46. Watch this as he takes off from outside zone 5 to 6 and across the line. Mohamed Chiab, though, bringing the fire to him. Unbelievable stuff. Real good scenes. And look at the smoke lingering inside the stadium now. The whole of the Yas Marina Stadium filled with a cloud of smoke. And hopefully that will slowly pass as we get the cars back to the line. Our camera angle there from the top of the grandstand slightly obscured as these guys make their way back towards the start line. This one, a tough battle. Karim Hani really going to have to bring the fight to Mohamed Chiab. He's not going to give up too easy with this. And you can see right down the back end of the circuit, look at the smoke hanging on that final hairpin. Fourth gear, full throttle for those guys as they hammer around that final turn down towards the final outside zone and across the line. Well, both cars back on the line. Karim Hani knows what he needs to do. He needs to get the job done if he wants to find himself back up into that final battle this evening. And we await that light to go green. And Mohamed Chiab now to lead out Karim Hani. And there it goes, green. Chiab to lead out Karim Hani for the final run of this battle. Here we go, Karim Hani, nice transition. Look at this, though, wheels on the inside. Mohamed Chiab giving him all the opportunity as Karim Hani dives through the smoke as well. Big erupt to flame out the side skirt of Mohamed Chiab's car. And look at this from Chiab, he is absolutely up and gone on outside zone 5. But Karim Hani comes fighting back. Well, look at that, nice initiation from both guys. Mohamed Chiab's got this lead line absolutely dialed. Karim Hani wheels up on the curb on the inside as they fire into outside zone 4. Look at this from Chiab. Gets that car settled, powers on. There's a wheel right over the edge of the white line. Drives away, but very nice lead line from Mohamed Chiab. And good chase from Karim Hani. And a very close battle. Our judges deliberating this one. Looks like they're going to want to look back at the replay of the second half of the run between these two guys. A very good, clean battle between Karim Hani and Mohamed Chiab. And we know that Mohamed would love nothing more than to get himself into the final this evening. The man that has been pipped to the post most this season. We wait for the hands to fall. Who is going to get the win and advance through into the final? Will it be Karim Hani? Will it be Mohamed Chiab? The judges await the decision. There we go. Karim Hani gets the win, advances through to the final. Once again, a sigh of relief and a fist bump to the camera. Karim Hani says his job done once again. Well, now the championship really in play. The rear wheel on Karim Hani's car looks like it's coming off. Wonder if it was just our camera angle. Maybe he took some damage there. Well, there we go, one half of our final decided. Mohamed Chiab in that third and fourth place battle again. Once again, another round, he gets himself into that third and fourth place battle. Karim Hani, though, into the final. But who will he be battling against? Will it be Demiri Atulian? Will it be Haytham Al-Hadidi? We're about to find out as we go back down towards the start line to see who is there and ready to rock and roll. There we go, cars warming up down the back end of the grid, and you can see Haytham El Haddadi getting that car nice and warm, those tyres getting scrubbed. This man has been an unstoppable force this weekend, and there is no doubt he is ready to send it for sure as he gets them tyres nice and hot on that carbon Kevlar Silvia S15. And he pulls to the line, and we await Damir Idiatulin in that incredible carbon fibre 400Z. There we go, Idiatulin pulls up to give chase. Damir Idiatulin sits off the line as Haytham El Haddadi sits there ready to lead them out on the line, ready to go, waiting for the green light. Be Haytham El Haddadi to lead out Damir Idiatulin for a spot in the final for one of these guys awaits. It's off through the gears, both initiate at the same time, and look at this from Damir Idiatulin, no messing around. Whoa! Damir Idiatulin! Oh, and Haytham El Haddadi puts the car off the circuit. Was there contact? Wow, that was a cowabunga dive move there from Damir Idiatulin, but was it a fault? He sent it. Look at this on the replay, no messing around. We look for the was there contact? I don't know if there was contact. I think Haytham El Haddadi caught understeer. Wow, that was an unbelievable move from Damir Idiatulin. He risked everything. Watch this on the replay as they come through the gears. Watch the initiation side by side. When he initiates just before him, flicks it, fires the car down. Big transition. I think Haytham El Haddadi went for the big snappy transition. It didn't pay off. Damir Idiatulin was just about holding on. What a move from Damir Idiatulin. Cowabunga, baby, right down the inside. Whoa, that was brave from Damir Idiatulin. Well, we're going to see how the judges deem this one, because that was a do-or-die move for Damir Idiatulin. Well, they're both back on the line, and it looks like Haytham El Haddadi, no issues with the car. And let's see. Well, the light's going to go green. Here we go. It's going to be the second half of the run. Damir Idiatulin to lead out Haytham El Haddadi as they fire in. And now, will Idiatulin go absolutely hard, or will he keep it steady? Looks like he's just going to put in a tidy lead run here. Look at this, though. Haytham El Haddadi gets himself lost in the smoke, and Damir Idiatulin looks like he has a step in the final against Karim Hani. Wow. Unbelievable. Look at this. You can see Haytham El Haddadi in the smoke cloud. Can't transition. Can't get that outside zone 4. And he's just up and gone. Damir Idiatulin is a man possessed right now. Well, I think we all know which way this is going to go. That's for sure. Well, here we go. They pull to the line. I think the decision's in already. And there we go. Damir Idiatulin gets himself into the final. And it looks like we're going to have a Haytham El Haddadi to take on Mohamed Chiab in the 3rd and 4th place playoff. Well, you know how this one rolls, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to let Haytham El Haddadi get that car quickly turned around and ready to go back to do battle against Mohamed Chiab. We're going to have a few moments before we get back towards the start line. We're going to give those guys time to get those cars reset, refreshed and ready to go again. Don't go anywhere. The finals are coming up. The 3rd and 4th place runoff against Haytham El Haddadi and Mohamed Chiab will be up first. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are back and ready to kick off our third and fourth place playoff battle. Two incredible drivers, two incredible styles. That flamboyant style of Mohamed Chiab. Can he bring it out once again? But what will Haytham Al Hadidi, our number one qualifier, do in that lead position? Will he leave Mohamed flabbergasted with an incredible lead run? You're about to find out. Here we go. Flames erupt from the back of the car as they fire through the gears down into initiation. Both cars initiate. Tame initiation though from Haytham Al Hadidi, and that opens the door once again for Mohamed Chiab. He dives up onto the inside, and look at this from Chiab as he fires in onto the front wheel. Now loses some ground as Hadidi puts that car right to the edge of the circuit. Mohamed fires back, fights back into it once again as they fire across the line. And there we go, look at that. Mohamed Chiab not messing around, in there like swimwear, straight up onto the door, onto the front wheel, and then loses some ground though, outside zone 5. Tricky for these guys to get that proximity back once again, but he gets the job done. Haytham Al Hadidi got the pace though, out of 5 into 6 and across the line. What can we do see when they spin him around and Chiab leads out Haytham Al Hadidi? Well, here we go, both cars making their way back down towards the start line. You can see Karim Hani on the back of the grid there, waiting to warm tyres for that first and second place battle, that final battle coming up in just a few moments' time. Mohamed Chiab, gets himself to the line, but we're hearing over the radio, and you can probably see it in the background there, that Haytham Al Hadidi has called a 5-minute rule. So we are going to find out what is going on here. Haytham Al Hadidi looks like he's taken himself off track, and it's going to be a 5-minute rule. We can't run our final battle, ladies and gentlemen, until we have finished our third and fourth place playoff. So we're going to have to wait this one out and see exactly what is going on. The clock will be ticking as soon as Haytham Al Hadidi gets himself into his pit area. And you can see Mohamed Chiab, well, he'll have to just sit on the line and wait to see if Haytham Al Hadidi can make it back to the grid in time to fulfill his chase run against Mohamed. So you can see our start line marshal down there just talking to Mohamed Chiab, just letting him know what the situation is. He'll be keeping him updated on that 5-minute rule clock as well. And you can see that LS Pro Drift Academy Toyota GT86 sitting cool, calm and collected on the line, ready to do battle with Mohamed Chiab. As we said, a man that has been the bridesmaid at most of these events. Could this be the weekend where it all plays in his favour and he gets the win and gets a spot on the podium? Well, the clock is ticking, ladies and gentlemen, for Haytham Al Hadidi in that carbon Kevlar Nissan Silvia S15, and you can see Mohamed Chiab on the line, patiently waiting for him to arrive back to the start line for the second half of the run, where Hadidi will have to chase down Mohamed Chiab. This could be the weekend that Chiab wanted. So clock is ticking, and we are waiting to find out information from our team down in the paddock, and we're waiting to see if we can see that car make its way back on just behind that Emirates Drift Championship start line. You can see the entry and exit to the track. If we see that S15 make its way onto the circuit, we know it is on. Well, Mohammed Chiab will be urgently asking for updates off our start line marshal. You can see still down there with him at the side of that car. And we are being told that he has 1 minute left, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute left on the clock for Haytham Al Hadidi. Can he get that car back out onto the grid? Our FPV drone just taking a little fly through. And the last of our fans and supporters in the building. And no sign so far of Haytham Al Hadidi in that carbon Kevlar S15. Mohammed Chiab sits on the line, patiently waiting. And it looks like we may shut the door on that LS Power Toyota GT86. Well, we are down to seconds now, ladies and gentlemen. Seconds on the clock. Our start line marshal being advised to shut the car on Mohammed Chiab's car and get ready to send Mohammed off the line as Chiab patiently waits that Pro Drift Academy Toyota GT86. And this will feel like the longest 5 minutes in Mohammed Chiab's life as he sits on that line, waiting for Hadidi. He wouldn't have wanted a win like this, but he would have wanted to do it in battle. But a win is a win, and it looks like the door is getting shut on Mohammed Chiab's car. And any second now, he will be told to leave the line, because it doesn't look like we are going to get Haytham Al Hadidi back to the start line. Well, there we go. Our start line marshal closes the door at that Toyota GT86 and walks back to the start line. Mohammed Chiab pulls off of the line. And it looks like he is going to turn the wheels of that car, just get some heat back into the fronts. And I do believe that this could be Mohammed Chiab's weekend. Third step on the podium for Mohammed Chiab. Because I don't believe we are going to get Haytham Al Hadidi to the line. And we do, ladies and gentlemen, he does. He left his pit box with 5 seconds to go. Haytham Al Hadidi did it. He got caught up in the paddock, but he had 5 seconds on the clock, and he made it away from his pit box within the allowed 5 minutes. He is good to go. He does make it down towards the start line, and as much as Mohammed Chiab would have took a win on any day of the week, he would love to have done this on track, in battle, and get the job done. And here we go, our drone flies through the circuit. Our start line marshal gives them the thumbs up. Hadidi into the chase position. Mohammed Chiab to lead them out. We wait for that green light to go. And here we go, through the gears, through the chicane. The tyres blow off the back of that S15 as Mohammed Chiab fires it in. We know he has an incredible lead line, but what can Haytham Al Hadidi do as they fire through outside zone 3 up to 4? And it's a nice lead line for Mohammed Chiab as he starts to drive away. He's gone with a wind as Mohammed Chiab fires into the final outside zone and across the line. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. The judges now have to make the decision who is going to get the win and advance through, or who take the win and take the third step on the podium. I do believe we may announce this one on the track, right in front of your eyes. What way are the arms going to drop? Will it be Mohammed Chiab? Will it be Haytham Al Hadidi? Judge's decision drops in. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Taking third step on the podium of the final round will be Mohamed Chiab, ladies and gentlemen. Mohamed Chiab gets the win, takes third step on the podium. An incredible weekend for him. And look at that big smile inside the car, celebrates with a big donut in front of the camera. And that is the weekend he was waiting for here at the Emirates Drift Championship. But that leads us to this, ladies and gentlemen, the final battle of the evening, the final battle of the final round of the Emirates Drift Championship 2026. On the line to lead out is Damir Idiatulin. To give chase is the one and only Karim Hani. Big Karim, as they like to call him. He's on the line, ready to go. This one will be electric. This one will be fireworks, ladies and gentlemen. Our judges are ready. Everyone in attendance is ready. They're on their feet, in fact. I'm on my feet watching this one. This is going to be good. Karim Hani, if he takes the win, can he take the championship? Or is second place enough for him to take the championship as it is? We await the decision. Our starlight marshal gets the signal from our crew here in the tower. The Fresh X Racing Carbon Fiber 400Z sits on the line to lead them out. Well, there we go, the door slams shut, the car slam into gear, the anti-lag bangs from the back of Karim Hani's E46 BMW. He creeps forward, he waits for Damir Idiatulin. The light goes green and we are good to send cars. Idiatulin to lead out Karim Hani as they slam through the gears. Big initiation side by side. Karim Hani not messing around. Oh, I'm on the inside. Karim Hani not messing around. Strictly business this weekend for Karim Hani, but a mistake in outside zone 4 as Damir Idiatulin puts that 400Z to the edge of the circuit. Now drives down and away across the line. Wow, incredible stuff there from Karim Hani, but the lead line from Damir Idiatulin was absolutely phenomenal as Idiatulin puts that car right where it needs to be. Look at this, so balanced, so dialed, absolutely perfect, but Karim Hani's with him. Just a little pull from outside zone 4, a little mistake coming down into outside zone 6. It hangs in the balance. Karim Hani now has to get it done in that lead position as we see Damir Idiatulin pull into the chase. Well, there we go, no messing around, back on the line. This could be it, ladies and gentlemen, the final run of the final round of the 2026 Emirates Drift Championship presented by TFA Motorsport, fueled by Monster Energy. We kicked it off in the desert of Liwa in Abu Dhabi on the 27th of December 2025, and we brought it all the way back to here, the Formula One circuit in the middle of Abu Dhabi, an iconic track where tonight a champion will be crowned. Who will it be? The cars slam into gear, anti-lag fires as they get ready to see the green light. Karim Hani to lead out Damir Idiatulin for the final place on the podium. The top step awaits, but who's it going to be? Through the chicane, through the gears, Idiatulin smokes the tyres. Karim Hani flicks the car. It's wide for Idiatulin. Karim Hani looks rock steady out front, but look at the transition from Damir Idiatulin. He's with him as they fire back once again. Idiatulin is on an absolute mission as he puts the car right to the edge of the circuit. Karim Hani tries to drive away across the line. Wow, unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. The transitions once again from Damir Idiatulin are phenomenal. Look at this, bam, through the smoke, almost takes the back end off that BMW. And here, look at the drive from Karim Hani down into outside zone 6 and across the line. Phenomenal stuff. All we need to know, ladies and gentlemen, is do we have a decision from our judges? If we do, we will invite all of you guys here in attendance to make your way around the grandstand to in front of where the commentary booth is, at the top end of the hairpin here, where underneath the Yaz Island sign on the green painted part of the circuit. And we will present to you our 3 podiums tonight, our round win, our Pro Drift Academy win, and our championship win. All we need to know is if we have a decision, and then we will send our guys down there to the podium to wrap up our 2026 Emirates Drift Championship. So our judges look like they are requesting a replay. So let's try and like a look back, see what they're looking at. Very wide there from Demiri Diatulin, it has to be said, but the transitions and the fight were incredible. Kareem Harney, very nice lead line, right to the edge of the track. So judges still deliberating this one. We need to find out if they have a decision, and then, as I say, we will send them down, and we invite everybody here in attendance to join us down on the grandstand in front of the podium to celebrate with our drivers. And the judge is looking at a replay of the first half of the run. Trying to see where the mistakes were made and if there was any made. So our judges still deliberating. It looks like our track marshals have made their way out onto track. Looks like our crew here at the Emirates Drift Championship are going to start to bring out the podium. So I do believe we may have a decision from our judges. So our judges still deliberating, still talking about it. Everyone is poised and ready to go. We are ready to hand out those trophies, not only for a round win, but our championship win. And we also have another little championship going in the background, our Pro Drift Academy Young Drivers Championship. And once again, thank you guys for joining us here tonight, and if you've been joining us all the way through the championship, thank you for supporting the Emirates Drift Championship. For you guys watching along at home, thank you very much. Shout out to all you guys in the chat, giving us a lot of entertainment and a lot of fun. It's been thoroughly enjoyed. Thank you for joining us on this incredible season of Emirates Drift Championship. So, still deliberating this one are the judges. This one a tough one for our judges. Still deliberating and still unsure of who is going to get the win. Obviously championship hangs in the balance with these decisions as well, so not to be taken lightly. Don't forget, if you have enjoyed the 2026 Emirates Drift Championship, head on over to Instagram, give us a follow at Emirates Drift Championship. It'd be greatly appreciated. You'll see all of our content as well, and we'll see you in 2026, 2027 when we kick this off back once again in Liwa in the desert for more action. So I think our judges may have come to a decision, and we await to see if they do. Down there on track, will they tell our drivers they have a decision? And judges, yep, you do have a decision. Yep, they do have a decision, ladies and gentlemen. That means we are going to the podium. So if you guys are in attendance and you want to celebrate with us guys at the podium, I encourage you to walk all the way around the grandstand, down in front of where the big speakers are, where you can hear me, and where the Yaz sign is. We'll be doing our podium on track there with our drivers and handing out the trophies. For you guys watching along at home, if you're going to head off, thank you very much for supporting us. Thank you very much for joining us. And for you guys all in the chat, I appreciate every single one of you. If you're going to disappear, I'll see you in 2027, or you'll see me at Drift Masters throughout the season. For you joining us, we'll see you in a few moments' time. We'll be handing out our podium. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. We are ready to rock and roll. Our podiums are now ready to do. We have 3 of them ready to kick off here at the Emirates Drift Championship. But first of all, we have our round winners. Ladies and gentlemen, taking 3rd step on the podium for the final here of the Emirates Drift Champion 2026. Make some noise for Mohammed Chiab. Mohammed Chiab, ladies and gentlemen, taking 3rd step on the podium here at the final round. And ladies and gentlemen, after a tough battle, some incredible driving, taking 2nd step on the podium. Give it up for the one and only Damir Idiatulin! That means, ladies and gentlemen, that your round 4 winner is the one and only Karim Hani! There we go, ladies and gentlemen, your round 4 winners. Make some noise. So with that underway and done, we now move on. We have 2 or 3 more podiums left to go. Next up, after these guys leave the podium and our media get our photos, we'll be moving on to our next championship that's been running in the background. So, ladies and gentlemen, those guys are going to clear the podium. We're going to move it along to our next podium. And our next podium has been running in the background alongside this championship. And it is our junior championship. And it has been proudly presented by the guys from Pro Drift Academy. And these guys are supporting all young driver programs and trying to influence our drivers from the UAE and push them further forward in competitive drifting. And I can confirm, taking 3rd step on the podium with a tied result, ladies and gentlemen, is George Michael and Hassim Gamaz. So we might not have some of these drivers here. Oh, we do. It looks like we do have George with us this evening. And these trophies are going to be handed out by Mohammed Chiab, one of our trainers and owners of the Pro Drift Academy. Taking 2nd place, ladies and gentlemen, in our Pro Drift Academy Junior Championship is none other than Sebastian Harris. And ladies and gentlemen, I can confirm that the winner of our Junior Championship 2026, presented by Pro Drift Academy, is Mohammed Rahan. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for our Pro Drift Academy Junior Championship 2026. Right, coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, is our Street Season Championship. These guys put on such a show. It was such a pleasure to talk about these guys and commentate on these guys and see the skill and the ability that these drivers have performed and how well they got on over 2 rounds of competition on a pro-level drift championship layout. Taking third step on the podium in our street season championship is none other than Ahmed Alawi. So unfortunately we don't have Ahmed with us this evening, but we can confirm that taking second step is none other than Mohammed Ryan. And ladies and gentlemen, it's an honour for me to present to you the Street Season Champion 2026. Make some noise for Ilya Melenin! There we go, ladies and gentlemen, our Street Season Championship finally done and dusted, and it's some incredible driving this year. But now, ladies and gentlemen, the most important part of the evening, our Pro Championship podium. These guys drove incredible from round one in Liwa to VDA to here, the Formula One circuit at Yas Marina. And I am incredibly proud of the driving that we've seen this year at the Emirates Drift Championship. And I can confirm, taking third step on our Pro Championship podium is none other than Khalifa Al-Falassi. Khalifa Al-Falassi, ladies and gentlemen, taking third in our Pro Championship. Unbelievable driving, incredible show of talent this season, and been an honour to see his driving progress all throughout the year. But this one, ladies and gentlemen, came down to the wire. It came down to the final battles of the final rounds. And I can confirm, taking second place in our Pro Championship is none other than Nasser Al-Habali. Nasser Al-Habali, ladies and gentlemen, taking second place in our EDC Pro Championship. And that means that your 2026 Emirates Drift Championship champion, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the one and only Karim Hani! Ladies and gentlemen, your 2026 Emirates Drift Championship champions. Well, ladies and gentlemen, from me, from everybody here at the Emirates Drift Championship, a massive thank you for you guys coming out and supporting drifting in the UAE. For you guys watching along at home, a massive thank you. From us all, we'll see you in 2027. Have a safe year, have a fun year. Goodbye.